see all these demons in my head. They beat me blue, they want me dead. I close my eyes and I see all these demons in my head. They beat me blue, they want me. I close my eyes and I see. I close my eyes and I see. Careful who you choose as a target. Hit it of a wall, yeah, think I'm on it. I don't think you know what you started, 'cause one of us is ending up in a coffin. Keep on testing on my patience. There's an open invitation. 'Cause nothing to say, then you better say it. Just know that you're so. Close my eyes and I see all these demons in my head. They beat me blue, they want me dead. I close my eyes and I see all these demons in my head. They beat me blue, they want me. I close my eyes and I see. I close my eyes and I see. Strange how quickly you went silent. Wait, now you're saying you're not about it. Don't stop, you should keep on talking that talk. Let's see if you can walk. Close my eyes and I see red. All these demons in my head. They beat me blue, they want me dead. I close my eyes and I see all these demons in my head. They beat me blue, they want me. I close my eyes and I see. I close my eyes and I see. Tiptoe, careful what you wish for. You don't wanna end up in my space, no, no, no. Wishful thinking you might get home. You might have to gamble with your life.
The South thinks we're their salvation. That there's a light at the end of this tunnel.
The Southern Armistice line is under attack. All units on full combat alert. Repeat, all units on full combat alert.
They don't realize how deep they're in. Or how far Abis will drag them down.
Abis, what's your location?
We're on site in Marulos, heading to the AO.
You know where Ajax is. Careful. No fuck-ups.
Roger.
Shift's almost over. Hold tight. It's almost light out.
In position, waiting for orders.
Where are they coming from? Protect the captain! Bring more ammo! Hurry! Target upstairs! Got us down!
Suppressive fire! Stairwell!
see him.
Ajax left. Bastards playing with us.
HQ, we need backup.
Captain. What are your orders?
Surround.
Civil War tore Kimona apart. They may call it a demilitarized zone, but really, it's just a no man's land. Unthinkable darkness is buried deep beneath inside.
What the hell happened here?
Beyond the ruins of war, wealth remains. You can choose to work alone, or team up with someone you trust. But never forget, you're not alone. There are other operators, warlords, foreign factions, and local militants to overcome.
Forward, I'll cover you.
I don't care why you're here. But you need to be prepared. Your job's not over till you reach the extraction point alive. Build your own throne, operator.
The South thinks we're their salvation. That there's a light at the end of this tunnel.
The Southern Armistice line is under attack. All units on full combat alert. Repeat, all units on full combat alert.
They don't realize how deep they're in. Or how far Abis will drag them down.
Abis, what's your location?
We're on site in Marulos, heading to the AO.
You know where Ajax is. Careful. No fuck-ups.
Roger.
Shift's almost over. Hold tight. It's almost light out.
In position, waiting for orders.
Where are they coming from? Protect the captain! Bring more ammo! Hurry! Target upstairs! Fuck! Got us down!
Suppressive fire! Stairwell!
Captain, I don't see him.
Ajax left. Bastards playing with us.
HQ, we need backup.
Captain. What are your orders?
Surround.
Civil War tore Kimona apart. They may call it a demilitarized zone, but really, it's just a no man's land. Unthinkable darkness is buried deep beneath inside.
What the hell happened here?
Beyond the ruins of war, wealth remains. You can choose to work alone, or team up with someone you trust. But never forget, you're not alone. There are other operators, warlords, foreign factions, and local militants to overcome.
Forward! I'll cover you!
I don't care why you're here, but you need to be prepared. Your job's not over until you reach the extraction point alive. Build your own throne, operator.
Tiptoe, careful what you wish for. You don't wanna end up in my space no more. Wishful thinking you might get home. You might have to gamble with your life for a moment. Keep on testing on my patience. There's an open invitation. Cause when I say, then you better say it. Just know that you're so. Close my eyes and I see red. All these demons in my head. They beat me blue, they want me dead. I close my eyes and I see all these demons in my head. They beat me blue, they want me. I close my eyes and I see. I close my eyes and I see. Careful who you choose as a target. Get it over wall, yeah, think I'm on. I don't think you know what you started. Cause one of us is ending up in a coffin. Keep on testing on my patience. There's an open invitation. Cause when I say, then you better say it. Just know that you're so. Close my eyes and I see red. All these demons in my head. They beat me blue, they want me dead. I close my eyes and I see all these demons in my head. They beat me blue, they want me. I close my eyes and I see. I close my eyes and I see. Strange how quickly you went silent. Wait, now you're saying you're not about it. Don't stop, you should keep on talking that talk. Let's see if you can walk. Close my eyes and I see red. All these demons in my head. They beat me blue, they want me dead. I close my eyes and I see all these demons in my head. They beat me blue, they want me. I close my eyes and I see. I close my eyes and I see.
Good evening, welcome everybody to the Arena Breakout Infinite Showdown. Nailed that one on the first try. We are here for some fantastic ABI. I'm joined by Seal. How are you doing, good sir?
Dude, I'm really excited for the finals today. Went through the semifinals last week, got our 5 teams, and now we're ready to see who the best of the best at ABI is among our English-speaking streamers.
Yeah. We are gonna go through the finals tonight. If you missed the semifinals, that's on you. You'll be able to watch the VODs if you want to. We are on the last part of the Abyss of the showdown. We're gonna play 5 games of ABI tonight, and we're gonna decide whoever walks away with the big prize and some small prizes along the way that we'll talk to you about in just a second. We are minutes away from the first game starting, but I think first we should explain to you everything that's going to happen tonight.
First, beyond what's going on in the event tonight, we do also have the Red Drops event going on in-game. 1,500 coins on the line and more just by playing the game, as well as drops that are dropping down in Lockdown and Forbidden Farm. One thing to note is that a lot of the coins that are a part of this event can be used to buy different types of bundles. In fact, the new SWAT bundle that just got added to the game, I think that was like it's my biggest coin purchase ever. I spent like 3,000 coins getting the entire bundle. It's the first skin I've ever equipped. It is drippy as heck. I love that thing. Definitely check what you can use the coins on, store, and then bundles on the top left if you want to check for yourself. But beyond that, a lot of options for you to spend these coins on amongst different types of weapon skins and character skins.
Yeah, it's super sick. It's all happening in the game, but we got different stuff, for you tonight. We got a whole tournament coming up. We got 5 teams of 4 streamers that made it here. I already said they're going to play 5 rounds, and then we're going to have the same format we had in the semis. What you get per game is the total loot value you extract with. That's easier said than done. We haven't had a ton of extracts on a lot of games. We've only had 2 full teams extracting in the entire semis. Plus the kill count times 1,000,000, plus the amount of reds extracted times 10 million. You have to extract with the red. Looting it alone is not enough. You cannot put it in one of the recycling boxes. You cannot put it in your safe container. That does not work. So you have to make it out of the map for that to count at all.
Yep. On top of that, $500 per win. So on top of the $5,000 Lions share of the prize pool going to the first place winner overall, the loot winners, so I guess the point winner rather, between all 5 rounds are going to be getting $500 as well. So $7,500 on the line, as well as stickers, which will memorialize the 4 winning players on the day in the game forever.
Yeah, that's going to be super sick. That is the ultimate bragging rights. We always speak about bragging rights, something that casters just like to bring up, but having your own stickers in the game is absolutely sick, and that's going to be awesome. But we have a lot of teams that are going to try to achieve that today. The middle column is what you want to look at. Team Solo Control and Team Rockstar. That was 2nd place and 1st place of day 1. Tentra and Corbry. Tentra, he was called Mike's for a little bit. Now he's back to Tentra. That's his Twitch name. They were uncontested first. They were really far away from the rest of the pack, but we'll talk about that in a bit. And then Team Mayhem Seal. And we were a little bit unsure about how that was going to pan out, but I think we now have a roster that looks super scary, doesn't it?
Yeah, GL, Brimsy, Lucy, and Baby Rage, the top kill leaders from the unqualified teams. Lucifer, specifically, just the absolute overall MVP from day 2, making multiple tournament-winning plays, or not for his team, but rather for himself. I think he clutched up multiple 1v2s versus, GL and Melts, some of the best, just keeping his own chances alive as long as they could. On top of that, something I want to highlight is some of the teams that didn't make it. I think that the biggest upset here being Team IMAO from day 1, hosting some of the biggest streamers from NA on that team, getting knocked out in the semis was a very, very big upset.
That for sure. And then I think GL as well, right? GL 40, one of the teams that we looked at to qualify, one of the teams we called a favorite. Coming into that second semi, not making it out, and Lucifer as well. So 2 captains there who actually did not make it, only made it through Mayhem. So through their own performance, they made it into finals, wouldn't have made it otherwise.
Some of the teams that did make it, though, going to be Corbry. These guys are some extraction shooter specialists. They were able to read the lobby very, very well on day 2. One of the more passive teams, they were the definition of opportunism. I think that they're going to do a very, very good job today, as long as they read the lobby and like read the meta quickly. Day 1 and day 2 on the semifinals ended up having very, very different metas. And I think that as long as this team stays, I guess, correctly reactionary, I think they're going to do fine today as well.
I think so as well. We talked to Corbry in the interview, and he said they were sort of they walked into that TV station and they just walked in there and everybody was dead. They didn't even realize. And from then onwards, they realized everybody was playing super aggressive, and they just made the right decisions. They made the right adaptations, like you said. So they didn't plan to go into the day that passive, but they just realized it was kind of free when they played passive. So nice adaptations there. Little fun fact on the side, Corbry, he's had a viral infection in his eye. He's literally played that tournament with one eye, and he's still on blurry vision. That's absolutely crazy. But he said, I'm still frying. I'm still trucking. No worries.
Good luck to him. That is not easy. Hopefully he brings like a scope or something to help him with the lack of vision there. Next team here going to be Team Tentra. Now, okay, these guys are incredible. I love them, but I think that the highlight for me was the team captain.
Oh, yeah.
You remember Tentra's dog? Yeah. That was the cutest dog I've ever seen, dude.
Giannis. Yeah, absolute MVP. That was the best interview. We had a lot of good interviews, but he trumped them all. And this is a team that we're not super sure about how they're going to do. I feel like they were super consistent, but they aren't as easy to VOD review because they speak Spanish, right? So it's very easy to go back and look at Rockstar's team or look at Solo Control and understand how they qualified and how this stuff went for them. These guys, a little bit more of an unknown quantity, but they're putting LATAM on the map, and I honestly love to see it.
Next team, going to be Team Rockstar. Briss, Minkle, Nate, and Rockstar. A bunch of playmakers on this team. Something interesting that we saw was Rockstar. He did end up going down in some of and actually most of the games, I think, today, but able to do some IGLing from beyond the grave. I think that the strategy this team was employing was incredible. Just like their macro and their, again, like the strategic approach they had to the games, I fully expect will be working very, very well today. I think that they're probably one of, if not the favorite, going into the finals.
That's super interesting. I'm curious to see how they will do, because I think they also benefited of the fact that they had a better read on the meta than everybody else, right? I watched the VOD a little bit, and I saw that Nate's actually making a lot of calls on that team as well. So it's kind of Rockstar that puts the strategy in place, and then Nate does make a lot of the micro decisions, who to fight, where to go, those kind of things. So super interesting. And then a team that I really enjoyed watching, because Critical comes from PUBG, I come from PUBG, and he plays it a little bit like it's PUBG. They play for information, they play for space, and then they can always let Giado loose. They can always send Giado and Shami, the power duo from Europe, to go kill. So the way they approached the games was super interesting for me, and I really liked it. And I think if Nate wouldn't have destroyed them on Armory with his solo play, I think getting 2 of the kills and Solo basically dying to him as well, sort of, just denying the point there, then they would have walked away with a first, right? They would have won that lobby if Nate's performance didn't happen there. So for me, I would almost call them the favorite, but I am not confident enough to say that there's any favorite in this lobby.
This is a team that I think is always going to do like decently well. I think I would be very, very surprised to see Solo's team in the bottom, but if at the same time, if they don't end up getting like a bunch of like one really, really solid fights, and if they don't end up with a lobby win, I question their ability to kind of like have the explosive games needed to be at the top of the leaderboard. I do hope they do well though. When this team does well, it feels like they just end up playing very, very solid ABI, which I think is what we're all here to see.
Yeah. And then also Giado just absolutely looking like an anime character on that picture, to be honest. Just he writes your name in a book and you die. That's kind of how that works. Super super interesting to see how they do. And then Team Mayhem, we know what they're here for. They're the top killers of all the teams who didn't make it. Lucifer, he had his crazy clutch moments. GL as well had to have put out an insane amount of frags. And we'll talk about that in a bit here, because the rest of his team really wasn't performing that crazily, right? So both of these captains, insane plays from them. Brimsy, he's the team leader, team member of Lucifer as well. That makes things a little bit easier. They already have that chemistry going. and then Baby Rage coming in from Latam is going to make comms a little harder, I think, on that squad. But you can't deny the fragging power is there.
Yep, and I think that's the intent for this team. Just give yourself a gigantic fragging power squad. I think we're going to be surprised by the amount of cohesion on this team. I know that at the very least, Lucifer, Brimsy, and GL were able to get in a good amount of practice, 2 or 3 days, I believe. And like you mentioned, Lucy and Brimsy, quite a bit of back experience there.
One shot, I just knocked myself.
There's the kill deny coming up from Solo, not intentional, of course, just hits one jump too many, as that didn't work out as intended. And this was sort of the key moment, I think, where it really started kicking off for Solo Control. They won that fight in Villa, and then they walk out and they catch, I think it was one of the Latam teams, just catch them fully and just destroy them there, making that one of their biggest rounds, really putting a lot of points on the board. Rockstar, they looked worse for wear. They looked like they were getting absolutely cleaned up by Aimao, and somehow were able to turn that fight and many other fights around without any problems at all.
Yeah, they were able to turn it around on Aimao on both Northridge and Valley after losing one, being on the back foot, then converting the 3v4 into a win. This particular fight was one of the craziest in my eyes, honestly highlighting the power of the H4 even beyond spectrum range.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just the gun to be playing at this moment. Key moments here in the last game as well for Lucifer and the rest of the gang. Able to third party this quite effectively, taking out GL. We're going to probably see that melt highlight a little bit later on. Oh, and this was a big one as well.
Oh, yeah.
This was melts in the tree, letting 2 of them run past, and then not able to convert. Corby just turned that around on him super hard. And a lot of these individual tiny plays that really locked them in. You think about Corby's team, and they looked really solid for a very long time, right? But if they wouldn't have, for example, gotten that extra money on Armory, it would have been really close. Like, they were really happy that Lucifer was able to clutch out versus that team that was hunting them, versus GL's team. Otherwise, it would have gotten mega close at the end.
Absolutely. I think that there's actually a lot of specific solo and star potential here. A lot of teams playing this in like a strategic macro sort of way. Like what are we doing? Like what's the overall plan? But if you don't clear a bush, if you don't clear a tree, then there can just be one guy that shoots 3 of your guys in the back and ruins the entire plan just from a single moment of weakness. I think that's seeing a mixture of awareness and strategy, as well as just micro fragging power. I think a mixture of those 2 things is going to be what determines the winner today.
This one was really sick. They looked like so boxed in there. I was so sure they wouldn't make it down these stairs. One of the worst choke points to go through, and they just made that work.
The smokes.
Yeah, the smokes were massive, and they kept them for so long, right? They held on for so long when they could have used them much earlier, and they only have 2 of them. Remember, we have a utility limit. We have a red armor ban, and we have a utility limit, so that's really big. You only get 2 per player, 2 tacticals, and they use them.
Wait, he's on the stairs! He was below.
Valley ended up being a very weird game as well on day 2 of the semifinals. Rather than it being a game about taking up space, we just saw like 3 or 4 teams all fighting over the small factory. But that was day 2. This is the day 1 leaderboard. Very one-sided. Rockstar in first with cracking 100 mil. Solo in second at 84 mil as well. The bottom side of this leaderboard was just very surprising to see.
Yeah. We didn't expect Aimao to be that far down on the leaderboard, but we also knew they had to go big in the last game, and they just got absolutely destroyed by Rockstar's team again. Otherwise, they could have maybe made it interesting, but both teams really performing on the Northridge there to lock things down. And we're going to see a very different leaderboard when we look at the Day 2 leaderboard. I think it looks so much more even. It's so much closer. Points are so much more spread. But one thing that really jumps out to me is the fact that GL, they found 4 reds. I think they only extracted 3 of them, but they extracted 3 reds, giving them 30 mil, and they landed on 51 mil. So this looks like a decent performance, but realistically, they had a really rough go at it. And the fact that GL is still under the top fraggers shows that this was a really top-heavy performance from him in his squad.
Yeah, going into the first game as 3 definitely didn't help their cause as well. This was an uphill battle from GL specifically, just seeing the overall performance, and then also just realizing that despite the amount of money that came from Reds, despite only going into game 1 as 3, still being able to claw his own way into the Mayhem squad highlights just his fragging power, his star power, I'll call it that, just in a really, really big way.
In a really big way, for sure. GL, Lucifer, two team captains who made it into the Mayhem. They're going to be able to cause some absolute mayhem here. And I think they're going to be what you call sort of the thing that makes the powder keg explode. That is absolutely possible here because they have a lot less to lose and they should have a lot less strategy here. I think they will potentially be the most aggressive team. But we came here with, I'd say, 3.5 teams of the 4 qualified teams that played very passive. I think Solo Control was almost the most aggressive out of those 4. And they weren't very aggressive. They just took positions that they thought were good, and they were okay fighting for those positions. That won't work. That won't work every single time.
Especially going into game 1 on Farm. The name of the game for Farm is basically how difficult it was to extract. This is a map that is basically bracketed out by 3 horizontal lanes, and it's incredibly difficult to safely move between these lanes as well. I think that teams on day 1 and day 2 of the semis were extremely surprised by how difficult it was to both basically participate in the game, look for a fight and extract at the same time. One interesting strategy that I really want to highlight is something that GL did. They actually got a cemetery spawn, something relatively close to center. They crossed immediately and then went to go fight the Villa team. The benefit of this is that if you get into a team fight on the opposite side of the map and win, you're going to be able to take that loot and only have to move around 100 or 200 meters before we extract. On top of that, something to consider for all teams is that, generally speaking, your extracts are going to be on the opposite side of the map as where you spawn. However, there's also things like backpackless extracts, but also the conditional extracts, where you complete a quest, loot a certain type of amount of items, and those are going to be wild cards that both we and the teams are going to have to keep track of. Those are probably going to be very, very impactful as to what their game plans going into every map are going to be.
Yeah, I think Farm was a big surprise for us, how hard it was to extract on that map, but also for a lot of teams it was a surprise. For me, I wasn't there for the last showdown, but for a lot of teams it was surprising that GL's team was the one being so proactive, and I love that play. Just sweeping around the south side, immediately crossing, basically putting themselves right next to their extract. I think is a beautiful play. I think it's fantastic. But a lot of teams were really caught off guard by how aggressive these guys were playing, because GL dominated the last tournament with very passive, very slow, very calculated play. So completely switching it up, making the lobby second guess themselves a little bit about what to expect. And I will touch on that again, because I think we had quite passive teams, right? Coming into both semifinals, qualifying out of semifinals. It does not work if everybody's passive. Everybody just sits around, wastes a lot of time, and then suddenly you got 5 minutes on the clock to extract and you run into each other, and it's just an absolute mess. So if you manage to adapt, if you manage to adjust your strategy like we talked about earlier, you're beating this lobby. But that's what literally everybody's doing. Everybody that I talked to on their streams said, we're going to try to adapt for the finals. What's the adaptation? What do you do?
Yeah.
It's not easy, isn't it?
Yeah, like adapting kind of implies reactionary play, right? And if everybody is going to be reactionary, then, what mistakes will there be to capitalize on? What plays, what events are happening around the map that you are adapting to? At some point is going to be about making your own play. And I think that, of all the teams that we talked about, it is going to be, I think it's going to be Team Mayhem, living true to their name. That is probably going to be the kind of trendsetter and the action maker here, where it's like, all right, like what are we going to continue to look for aggressive, opportunistic plays? Are we going to kind of be what everyone else is doing and try to approach the map a little bit more passively? Again, like the approach that we thought that people were going to take to this game was to be looking for power positions that you can then respond to fights happening around the map. But that didn't really happen on day 2 of the semis, Koa.
Well, it was too quick, right? Everybody was already fighting when you were going for your power positions. So we have 3 teams in small factory. How does that happen? Are they all sitting next to each other? And they're not even You know, you think small factory, some guy is in the bottom floor, some guys at the top. It doesn't make sense for either of the two to push, and they both push. Like, people were going crazy compared to what we saw on day one, and that's the thing. It's like nobody really knows yet what the way to go is. Everybody knows, okay, this kind of worked last tournament. Let's try that this tournament. Oh, everybody's trying it now. Okay, so we have to find something else. It's not that easy. The meta is not truly established. And I think, for me, for example, I felt like on that day one, I felt like Rockstar's team kind of broke the meta. I think they kind of outplayed the meta. Whereas a playstyle like solo control is take a center spot when we have a good spawn, try to play slow, try to play for info, try to play for control. That kind of works every time. But obviously, if you manage to break the meta and not just play a consistent style that doesn't depend on it, you're also going to be wildly successful. So there's a lot of different ways to go about this.
And something to note as well is the difficulty of extracting and how good these players are is generally going to result in, even if you take a fight and win it, there's a good chance of you losing one or two players. And, losing a player, it sucks because you have one less guy to win the next fight. But it also is really, really bad because that's one less body to carry loot. It reduces the score you're going to get for that round. So just kind of highlighting just how important it is to take fights that let you kind of extract easily. I think that's something that we didn't really see a ton, but to bring up that Valley game that you mentioned, we saw two teams that went into Small Factory for whatever reason, but talking to Corbry, they said that they entered Factory. They were excited to be there because they actually got one of those conditional Valley spawns where it's like, all right, all you need to do is just kill a guy and then get 30 seconds. And then you can just vacuum that man and then leave the lobby right away. I think that a kill a kill on its own is about 1 mil. And a lot of people, because people's safe containers are not allowed, a person with all that M995 is going to be worth like about 7 or 8 million on their own. So a lot of value that you can get from just being able to get a kill, dip out right away, 9 mil on the board. You can't be mad at that.
Oh, absolutely not. I think probably 9 mil is a bit more on the higher end. I think in reality, we saw people making it out with less a lot of the time because just in practice, it's a little bit harder to optimize. Not everybody has the time that we saw Lucifer spend to try and optimize that loot there at the end of the last game. But 100%. And I think that's something that players are already talking about as well. I talked to some of them and they were like, it feels like you need to almost, for the next tournament, we need to bump up kills because the loot is really all that matters. If you get to carry that guy's loot out, it's massive. If you die in the fight after killing 4 people, that's not even one body of loot, right? So it's all about survival. It's really, yes, you need to kill your opponents, but it's really more important that you survive in that sense. So you're playing a very dangerous game, engaging in a new fight, and sometimes being the third party to a fight isn't even enough because there's still 2 more teams that also want to get you. And on the smaller maps, or on the maps where everybody gravitates to the same focal points, that can very quickly punish you, and that can very quickly cost you the round. So it's extremely hard. And the entire tournament, we saw 2 teams, or 2 times, a team extracting with 4 members, and with Corbry both times. And I think it's much less likely to see 4-man extracts here in the finals as well. So it's really hard. Like, you cannot imagine if you're playing ABI how tricky it is.
Yeah, man. Like, especially when you consider, something we haven't really highlighted much here is just the overall rules. I'm just going to try to put them like concisely here. So, no red ammo. So that means even if you do bring a DMR in, then you're not going to be allowed to run any of that one tapping ammo. No thermals. So no thermal visor, no thermal scope. You can't use any of those. So gathering information, not going to be the easiest thing in the world. On top of that, grenade limit, so 2 lethal, 2 tac. Lethal being any frag grenade or Molotovs. Some people bringing in a surprising amount of Molotovs there, and then tac being things like stuns, flashbangs, smokes. A lot of smoke being used. You'd think that with the in-game meta being what it is, that stuns would be most used, but the amount of area denial that happens when you use a smoke is actually incredibly impressive. On top of that, just to kind of quickly put a T on this, 50 mil Cohen used in the match, as well as no safe container. I think a lot of people got like toilet paper or something in those containers right now, Cohen.
Yeah. I think we switched it up because toilet paper is actually sort of
heavy,
mission supply
right?
thing. No, you can't put it in your container. You're not allowed to. Operational supplies, I forgot what the exact name is. The things you can't put in your container. So we're doing grey ammo, or we're doing bandages, because at least if you're putting in ammo that's worthless to block those spots, you might put them into your gun by mistake, and that would be terrible. You don't want to be peeking someone with a tier 6 helmet with a grey bullet in your gun. So that's not going to happen. We're just making sure that nobody puts stuff in their container by mistake. So that's all that is. There was also the thing with the retrieval boxes. There is you could sort of cheat the system a little bit by putting an item in there and taking it out later, so you can't die with it. That is not allowed. That is not going to be allowed for the finals. We clarified those rules. With a game so complicated, it happens that there's little uncertainties there in the rulebook. That is no longer the case. We are still figuring out this ABI tournament thing, and that is one of the things we figured out this tournament. I think the smokes are awesome. I love to see them. And I think it makes sense that you see them more in competitive than you do see them in the public matches. It's more tactical, it's more strategical, and that's where you need smokes.
Yeah, for me, for a long time, I just was always terrified to use smokes, because, like, what if the thermals come in? Like, what if I think that I have smokes that'll let me, move around safely, when in reality, it's just like a target on my head. However, no thermals allowed here, and as we're going into game 1 on farm, Solo getting the lake spawn instantly, knives out, going straight to stables. This is what I thought we were going to see on day 1 before, that we're finally seeing here in the finals, going to that power position early.
Oh, thank you so much for the observers giving us the checkups immediately. We see that was a Rockstars team with Nate and the guys getting the cemetery spawn. And then we have GL northeast. We have Corbry southeast, which means we're just missing one of the teams, one of the spawns. And that's actually really important information because there should be a side of the map where there is 3 teams, right? And that is going to be the spicy side. Where is Team Mayhem in here? Out of all of the teams, they are the ones that...
Mayhem, stop right.
I already saw GL. Of course, northeast.
Northeast and southeast, Loading and Villa, going to be 2 of the harder places to be. This is going to be our 5th team, though. Team Tentra, they did spawn outside of Loading, but they're not going to be sticking around. So Loading and Villa, 2 places that are pretty easy to kind of stick around. It's really, really hard to move and make a home there. But instead, getting that 3rd spawn on the east side, they're actually riding over towards Small Hall. In the meantime, Team Solo Control taking not actually stables, but I believe this is just the high ground above where the shop is. One of the new additions to farm, kind of having their back to a wall here. This is a pretty decent place to play defensive, but it doesn't give you the most information unless you spread your team out. A couple here on the northwest overlooking the lake, and then a couple here, a couple more further east. You can kind of get eyes south towards Spy.
Yeah, I think what this allows them, they could easily send 2 players further ahead into stables, and then those stable players can try to get eyes towards Small Hall and can hear everything else. But what they're doing right now is just keeping their backs clean, right? Making sure that their side, they're not getting wrapped on, and they are keeping that space for themselves. Now, that is potentially the first safe being looted. I think that was a gold, right? Was that a brooch?
I couldn't quite catch it. Honestly, 80k, not super impactful. We take it. That's going to be like some decent per slot value. But it truly is, it's either a red or nothing, right? I'm not super surprised to be seeing this type of positioning being taken by Solo Control's team. They were definitely one of our more passive teams going into the games. Now, something I do want to highlight is the lack of red ammo is going to make these DMRs not amazing at chipping armor. Some people are kind of using them for armor chipping purposes, but the really big thing I want to highlight with the power of DMRs is that for an H4, it's always going to be difficult to kind of find the one shot. But if you're shooting someone with a damaged helmet with an SVD, then you can have a helmet that's like lost half of its HP, doink him in the head with 7 BT1 from an SVD, and then actually take them down. Now, that is relatively niche. Some people don't want to deal with the additional just stress that comes into just having a second gun. And in truth, that might be the play. Like an H4 just tapping, even at the longest range. I actually did some testing for this. It does out DPS a DMR, even if you're just tapping an H4 quickly versus a DMR's tapping DPS. So I'm not surprised to see some people just completely ignore it, just use the H4 as the Evergun, and then bring like 300 rounds to back it up.
Yeah, that's the one way to go about it. We saw the Mosin coming into effect as well. Critical, making that thing work surprisingly well, but it also only works if you headshot twice, and That shouldn't be possible. He made it possible though. He just did it, you know? Valley, no problem. Double think into the head, and the first shot takes the armor so far down that the second shot can then actually penetrate. It's not a given, but it did work out in practice. So pretty solid there. But I think what also comes into this, right, is nobody's ever going to loot your DMR. Nobody is ever going to try to loot your Mosin, especially when there's HKs around. So you're not actually putting more risk on the table. And you have that slight pop of potential where, yeah, sure, the H4 might outdamage you, but on the other side of things, you can peek. You can have these small peaks, right? You only have to peek for one bullet. You don't have to commit for sprays and stuff. So it's a little trickier, but it's clearly very H4 dominated still.
Oh yeah, H4 can just do a lot here. Something interesting to see here is that Rockstar taking control of Motel. Did see a team rotating through Shanty. Minkleton specifically checking some of the rotation paths in from that direction. They're going to want to make sure they don't do too much Logi here, because if they spend too much time not checking that southeastern approach, they could have a team roll up on the southern side of Motel. And you know, if I was Rockstar's team, I would definitely want to at least like pepper some of these guys before they arrived at my back porch.
That's the thing as well that you mentioned, right? Armor durability is massive, right? It's a big thing here, especially with the way it goes with really high fire rate guns being the meta. The H4 just eats through that armor so quickly, and you're really just gonna hurt people a lot. Just putting their vest down to 25% or something, even if you don't get the knock, even if you don't get the kill, it goes such a long way to win that fight later on.
This is gonna sound kind of weird. Like armor is almost more important than HP. Armor is the difference between you dying in 9 shots versus you dying in 3. It's basically like being permanently hamstrung. Something important to know is going to be like on the bottom left where you see the durability of the helmet and the armor that will fill up with red as those take damage. You're going to want to take different types of peaks and play differently based on which of those two are taking damage. You know, if you get your helmet gets damaged a lot, then you're probably going to want to just go for full body peaks and swings. Whereas if your armor gets damaged, you're probably only going to be, or at the very least, you're going to be trying to prioritize head glitches where only like the top part of your body, just a small amount of body as as possible, is showing.
Yeah, for sure. Talk to some of the players about this as well, where it's the H4 is so good that it's kind of, in a way, a body shot meta. It's almost more efficient to delete the body, hit more bullets there, because the head is so much smaller of a hitbox, and deplete that armor and kill people to the torso than it is to go for the headshots and try to get the headshots in there. With the tier 6 helmets being so strong, it is almost just kind of the thing. And if somebody like Giotto, right, that grinds this game and grinds the PvP heavy maps as well, where really high pace, armory rounds and especially TV station rounds, says he's not going for headshots, then that's a crazy place to be in, and it changes the game quite a lot, and it makes these head peaks even stronger, right? Even in other games, head peaks are really strong because you're just exposing so much less of your body. But when you're worried about your armor so much, you always want to put yourself in a position where that upper body, that chest, is not exposed.
Yep. Motos are also really good. You know, it's the helmet that people get to work with. Yep. It has 80 HP, tier 6 wraparound protection, very, very good. So 2 power positions on this map, by the way, are already being taken. Motel and Stables are kind of, I mean, maybe Small Hall are what I consider to be the power positions in the map. Solo controls, team controlling Stables, Motel being controlled by Rockstar. The reason why these spots are so good is because you have the most agency to react to other things that are happening around the map. ARM is such a big map that if you're holding the east or west edge, that you're not necessarily going to hear fights that are happening on the opposite side, like for example here where Team Mayhem is, unless they start chucking nades and stuff. And more than that, you might not even be able to get there in time. So if you combine the the additional speed with which you can get to fights, but also denial of rotates, then it kind of does show like how much value just being in the middle of the map does give you. By the way, guys, apology for the observer bugs. 7Xs are a little bit janky, as you guys can see.
Yeah, I think it's something with zoom there. I think something gets stuck when the players zoom in or something like that. We're still new to this This is the first ever tournament observed by an observing client. So apologies for the few issues on the way. Corbry now, taking a bit of peeks around the villa side, and they're going to be a little surprised as well. They're going to wonder where everyone has gone, because the team that played so aggressive, the team that literally has mayhem in their name, has not moved a muscle, right? They have still sitting right in their spawn, chilling, hanging out, unfazed. And this reminds me a lot of the farm games we've already seen. Oh, I almost thought you spotted something there, but I don't even think they're outside these walls yet. I don't think they have even left that little compound.
He's looking the right way. Those warehouses and the road to the east of it are where Team Mayhem ended up setting up. But this is kind of what I'm worried about here from Corbry is I think that this team might be like the least ABI endemic, if I'm not mistaken. So when if everybody ends up playing the same playstyle and nobody leaves any gaps to kind of abuse, I'm not sure if this team is going to have like a lot of the map knowledge required to make like confident plays regarding like, you know, regarding aggression. Like, yeah, I think they're going to be really, really good at abusing mistakes and attempting to just capitalize on the just misplays of others. But when it comes to making their own strategies, making like their own holes and make their own plays, that's where I think that this team might not be the strongest. All that being said, I think that they wouldn't be looking this hard in that direction if they hadn't spotted someone from Team Mayhem. I think they're trying to catch someone out, seeing if a Mayhem player makes a mistake. But there's also, like, the Mayhem team, they've got to know that someone is or could be in Villa. There's really no reason for them to route down that way.
Yeah. It's a Mexican standoff kind of thing, right? You don't want to be pushing into the other spawn. You don't want to be risking anything. You don't want to be the first one to start off a fight. But we've seen this cook up many times on farm, and somehow, for me, in a way, for me, the simplest map is the one where we see teams delay the most. We see teams in spawn, and there's the strat we talked about, Seal. There's the one you were wondering that it doesn't happen more. He's got a second mask here. Yep. He's ready to switch that out. If he does get headshot, he's ready to switch out that mask and essentially get himself another HP pool on that helmet. That can be absolutely massive. We know that the mask and the helmet has a different HP pool, so that durability can go down a lot in an H4 spray. But if you live, if you somehow make it out of there, you get to reset a whole lot of that HP right away.
I love seeing these little bits of player expression that people can exhibit. Like, you know, you can't bring in backup armor, you can't bring in backup helmets, but you can bring in backup masks. Because of that, the only two helmets that we're likely going to see today are the Moto, which are the best all-rounder helmet. They gave you the ability to wear GS2s. This is probably going to be the most common one. You at least want most of your team members running this so that everybody can properly have and communicate audio cues that are being heard both at close range and long range around the map. But if you want like a guy who just, I think it works either for like a sniper or a bruiser, like the guy who just always wants to be looking for peaks. It just gives you such a massive HP pool compared to if you brought the Moto. On top of that, bringing the Moto in, like if that thing gets damaged at all, like your visor's instantly getting cracked. It's gonna make it very, very hard to use. Whereas SA65, your visor's cracked, swap it out, get a new one, and all of a sudden you're good to go. You're good to play the game.
Enough theory for us. Corbry and the boys have walked in, and they have encroached upon Motel. They know which window to look for. And you were saying they weren't as ABI endemic, but I can tell you they're competitive endemic. And I've been really, really impressed by Corbry and his calling so far. They've now let everybody know. First peaks have come out. First bit of shots have come out. The game is up, and oh man, like it's still a really wide push through the open. But we've seen this before. Team Solo, we're able to get a pick on IMO, holding down the Motel, and we're able to convert that pretty quickly. But it doesn't look like they want it here at all.
Yeah, so in the previous event, Solo was able to get, like you said, get a pick, but they were also able to get closer all the way to the backyard before they got that pick. Meanwhile, Corbry stopped before they even got close, and Bonneville, oh my goodness, armor's gone, Moto's dinged up, lost 2 of his limbs, maybe even more, showing up late on that surge. I think that Corbry is just calling for the retreat, letting their last player surge up before they get out, but in the meantime, Rockstar not committing to this fight either. Like, just like how Hotel is hard to push, it is also hard to push out from. Like this open terrain and all these peaks just are going to be very, very easy for Corbry and co to punish should Rockstar commit to a fight.
I didn't fully catch it, but I feel like there's a possibility that they had a super nice crossfire set up there. I think they had somebody peeking on the balcony, and as soon as that person saw someone, that little head glitch came out, right? That little head peek came out. And that's what really caught them off guard. That kind of crossfire makes it really, really hard to breach, because you don't want to be sitting on that crate looking above the wall the entire time. But if you're sitting there waiting for a teammate to tell you, hey, you should peek now, then that's absolutely massive. Minate here, I think he took a whole bunch of damage, at least the UI is telling us, but the armor looks completely clean. I'm not sure if he's dropped it or if he's found new one. There's no way, right? I think he didn't catch it when he opened his inventory. He swapped something out there.
That's a rig.
Sure.
That's an armored rig on the ground. I think that we have a UI bug on the armor saying he's wearing armor when he actually isn't. Yeah. If I had to make a guess, you know, the body, the arms and the abdomen are dinged up. The armor's on the ground. I imagine that his armor also got zeroed out. So, you know, a fair trade, but you know, you don't want to take fair trades that don't result in anything good for you. Shanty's now being the place that Forbury is falling back to, and we have just hit the 10-minute mark. Very little time for these players to make any plays here. Something to highlight as well that I'm seeing. I think I see not one, not two, but 3 different flashlights on this H4. The booster pad being used so that the top flashlight doesn't get in the way of the scope. That is one of the most disgusting builds I've seen. But also, like, I know that Lucifer was using the booster pad meta, like the booster pad build. And I think that everybody else just kind of started doing the same. Like everybody, like I saw one guy doing it in the semis. Lucifer, definitely the star player from the entire semis, started doing it. And now everyone's rocking the exact same setup.
I also saw, I think it was Nate. No, it was Warren. Sorry, it was Warren in his chat saying, "What's up with the booster pad? Am I missing the tech?" So I think I was literally there for the moment it got copied. So. Actually really funny in that sense, but yeah, it is pretty disgusting. But I have done a quick checkup. Okay, I've done a little stream snipe on Nate. His armor is actually zeroed out, so that's the reason he's dropping it. He's looking for other stuff to pick up, or at least for something that does not slow him down, right? So if your armor is not giving you armor, then it's just giving you the debuffs, and that's why he's dropped it there.
Something I want to highlight.
Also value hiding it, right?
Oh yeah. I think that's what we saw there as well, just hiding like the dinged up armor in the basement. No one would go down there to find it. Something to highlight is I believe that Tentra actually have a extraction point likely unlocked for them in Small Hall. So holding your power position, having a extract there as well. Like all they want is to take a defensive fight, loot their bodies, and leave. That is the win con they're playing for. GL might give it to them. They are wrapping up there towards Small Hall. Forbury, in the meantime, they ran back, took a break, but now they might be trying to re-crack the nut that is Motel. They don't have a ton of other options. They could start to foray in the middle of the map, but that middle lane, like the east-west highway that kind of cuts the map in half, it's a really dangerous place to be. It's arguably the worst lane to try to go to. You could sneak your way through, go under both the Stables team from Solo as well as Rockstar. But it's just like a massive risk. And again, like, yeah, you rotate the other side of the map. Now what?
It's so hard. It's so hard. And I love it from Tentra as well. I feel like the strategy is so perfect there, right? They send it immediately to try and get a little bit across map, which is not as risky early as it is late. They get to a position and now they know we're at an absolute rotation point. You either go south into Motel, which is really hard to cross the map. You go through the middle, which is basically suicide. Or you go through us. So both the teams on the east that have to go west come through us, as well as the teams west that have to go east. So if we just sit here, we get one good fight, we immediately extract. It's absolutely massive. So it works out perfectly. If anybody comes their way, and people should be coming their way, we just saw GL's team moving up there. I think they've set themselves up perfectly. We're just going to have to wait and see how it pans out.
I think that the success state for teams, I think that people are being very humble this game. Like, I don't think anybody wants or is expecting to get a 4-man extract with like $1 billion here right now. I think people are just looking for just one moment of weakness, get a couple of kills, maybe snag one body worth of loot, and then leave. As well as at the same time, trying to deny their own loot value from other teams in this lobby. 6 minutes, 30 left. Not a single hard fight has happened. Oh my god, like this is gonna get really crazy. The one thing I'm thinking about is that as we tick closer and closer to 000 is who has prio to their extracts. And I can't really think of anyone other than the small hall team. I think everybody else will have to cross to the other side of the map. Like, these centralized positions, you can rotate to the opposite side of the map in 2 or 3 minutes while frogging your bag. That's, dropping it, sprinting, picking it up and jumping over and over and over again. But this might just be a matter of simply just grabbing a couple of guns and taking backpacks.
Yeah, I was exactly... Oh, yeah, okay. So you went exactly where I wanted to go. I feel like backpackless is so attractive here. If you manage, even to just get 1 or 2 kills, going backpackless is probably good enough. You're probably happy with this because you have spent the entire map not making enough progress. And just like everybody else, you're kind of stuck. Now Shojin looking for a few picks. Team Solo looking for a few picks, looking to try and get anything to work, looking for crosses on the road, right? Somebody has to cross that road, surely. If you hold that for the rest of the game, somebody you're surely killing. But, I mean, we can't all go for backpackless.
Yeah, and Solo have control of it. They're playing defense on top of the backpackless extract. This is where we saw the fights happening a lot in day 2, mostly because of just, I think, people trying to cross the road. But this time, it is actually area denial being attempted by Team Solo. Now, the downside of this is that you will literally have people on all sides of you trying to take this extract. So yeah, they're going to get into a fight. Yeah, it'll be a defensive fight, which is generally better than an offensive one. But you're also potentially setting yourself up for a 4v6 team.
Oh, Jado found something, though. I think that's a knock. I think that's a player knocked. There's a lot of shadows going on. I think he might have knocked it behind the car. Yep. Definitely players crawling. I think that's GL's team just getting caught in the mix, getting torn apart from basically everybody around them, right? We saw Warren's team swing back. We saw the shots from Shojin. Everybody is just destroying you if you show up in the middle of the map here, and that's a straight-up fight.
I think that was a 1v2 from Team Mayhem. Brimsy living true to the Mayhem name. What are the 1v2? But Lab Rats and Baby Rage already down. Yes, an extract is here. However, this is a conditional extract. I don't know if they have it. I hope they do. If it is available, they should be definitely trying to dip out and leave right away. The fact that he
is it always the one where you have to kill scavs? Is that always the condition? Because that's how I've used it.
I'm not sure. I think there was one for like killing sniper scavs as well. Like, if it's available to them, he should be hitting up himself as much as he can and leaving instantly.
Yeah. I mean, that would be just massive. I mean, 4 bodies on the door, you just swipe up all the guns, put a bit of gear in your backpack, drop all of your own stuff, and you leave at the last second, and you don't have to move across the field anymore. I think that makes a ton of sense for them. Makes a lot of sense why they're here in the first place. And even if Giado got one of the knocks there, I think he made that fight harder than it could have been. He's only maximum getting a mil. Even if he got the finish, he's maximum getting a mil for that. Does not compare to all of the loot value that Lucifer would be picking up.
Solo look like they're beginning to move out a little bit, maybe back towards Stables. I wonder if Rockstar seems moving. Yep, they've actually taken the Stables high ground. Team Solo trying to react, actually getting a player right in front of Rockstar. Light being extinguished from the eyes of Rockstar's teammate. Team Solo continuing to swing. Rockstar losing a ton of HP, trying to hold the angle on this spray. Armor is gone. The health is even lower as the frags start to come out from Team Solo control.
Look at his torso. That was deeply red there. They're looking for the fight super aggressively, but it's such a hard fight to push because you have to extract after as well. They don't give a damn, though. They're sweeping in this, clearing around the angles, getting the spot on. Rockstar has a good angle to play with here. If he lands a few headshots, it's doable, but gets tagged down immediately. Look at his helmet.
Oh, do not return to... Do not claim $200. Go straight to jail. Rockstar getting taken down. Team Solo still 4 up. They did have control of the backpack list before, but they have full 4-man left control of it. The smaller team could be bearing down on them from behind. And at this point, you got to remember, they came from the west. They came from the stable side. They cannot just move away from the teams that are in the map right now. They're likely going to be forced to take backpack this year.
Oh, Lucifer doesn't get the extract. He's got to go for the cash extract. He can't be getting the one, apparently. He can't have the conditional one, so he's going to have to try and pay for the car. But I think that should work. Rockstar's team has moved away, right? I think that should be pretty doable here.
unless something happened that we didn't see, this should be an available extract for him. I believe it's a bit of a chunky timer, but it should be more than 80 seconds, which is what he has. As long as he doesn't pull a critical and drop the money at some point during the looting, he should be able to pop this one. Yep, there it is. So Lucifer able to get points on the board for Team Mayhem. That's going to be him with his full bag. But in the meantime, Team Solo, they're going to have to do some Tetris, putting some nades out as they try to take control back of the backpackless extract. I'm a little surprised we've seen so many field bags on the back of these gentlemen, as they're going to just need to be maxing out the loot that they bring through the rigs and in their gun slots.
They have a conditional.
No way!
They don't have to go backpackless.
No way!
They killed the sniper scav. This is the sniper scav one, I think. They killed it in the tower. Oh, that is so big. That is a massive round for them. They're all fully packed. They completely bagged up Rockstar, and they're all getting out.
That is just incredible. Everyone licking their wounds, grabbing extracts. It looks like it is Mayhem and Team Solo that are going to be taking control of this game. And if I had to make a guess, if I had to make a read of what's going on in this situation, that is a massive, massive, massive dub from Team Solo. But also Shojan from Team Tenstra able to get a bit of loot value on his own. It's like 7 extracts I've seen so far.
That is so many more extracts that we're used to on farm. That is actually crazy. I wonder what Shojan lost players to. Is that Solo Critical maybe pulling up on their side of the map? Because I don't really know who they died to. I don't know who Lucifer picked up as well. Because they probably activated one of these fights, but they must have gotten punished pretty hard.
Well, we saw a big fight happening with Mayhem and some of the people over near the sniper house. That looked like it was a three-way fight. And also, you think about like the way that these fields are laid out. There's a ton of flat terrain that you can engage with all the way from Motel. It could have been any number of, third or fourth parties that were happening. Regardless, it looks like that multiple teams were able to, despite getting peppered, at the very least extract with 1 or 2. And that is actually the beauty of not committing to a full fight as 4. It's being maybe you end up losing a fight that you would have won, but at the very least you get the chip damage from just having one guy get out with a little bit of.
Yeah, it's big. It's big. And I mean, we saw 2 getting out there for Lucifer as well, for Team Mayhem. We have a leaderboard ready, I think, for you guys. So we should not deny it from you. We should have a look. Lucifer wasn't even in the reds, right? He was pretty fast still on the yellows. The Team Solo Critical guys looked a lot slower, but I think he must have still picked up whatever he wanted to pick up, right? There was 4 bodies just on his doorstep. Even more when you count Tentra's team there. So they must have gotten out with some massive value, but getting 4 players out is insane for Solo Critical.
I think that the farm meta at this point is just abuse your conditionals. Like, crossing the map is insanely hard. So don't just get lucky, get a really, really good extract on your side of the map and do your best to abuse it. The small hull team tried to do this. The Stables team tried to do this as well by basically turning a backpackless extract into a backpacked extract. And that is what the strategy that actually Corbury from day 2 was using, the small hull valley fight, the small factory valley fight. Just take whatever fight you need to around your conditional extract, and that way that if you get into one solid fight, you can instantly cash out, instantly get points on the board. Farm being the primary issue where it's like impossible to get good points. I think that Team Solo Control solved that problem. Oh.
That was me. That was my one-time per stream mic muted. Classic.
Okay.
And they completely destroyed them. They exploded on that fight. They were just holding time, just holding their extract, and they saw an opening, and they ran it down on them. So super, super sick how they explode on that. We have a leaderboard for you guys. This time for real. Last time, apparently, I was wrong. I was trolling. But we have a leaderboard, and it should be Mayhem getting more money than Solo Control?
Really?
That is crazy.
I wonder where the bodies were from Rockstar's team. I think that there was already 2 down from Rockstar. Maybe Team Solo Control was only able to confirm 2 of the bodies. In the meantime, Mayhem only 2 up, but they won their team fight. That was 4 players of loot trying to be optimized amongst 2 players. That looked like it was about, probably like 12 mil per player plus the kill points, actually eking them ahead on that victory.
I wonder if they just got way more kill points. Okay, there we are. They actually had more loot value. Wow, okay. They were able to optimize way more because there were so many dead bodies there, right? That's how they were able. It's still crazy. I wonder if Solo Critical were more Solo Control, were more focused on just getting out than on optimizing, and they just valued getting those 4 players out with a bit of time left. Maybe they also just left a person behind that was only holding the extract. I think that's a possibility as well, right? I think there's a world where they didn't even get 4 players to loot and they just swung it with 3. 6 kills on each of them.
Wow.
0 kills on Mike's or Tentra or whatever the name is at this point, and 1 on Corbry. So that is a lot of players extracting, and it is a very close top 2.
I'm really curious what the Mayhem approach was to this game. They clearly picked some kind of winning strategy. Team Solo's strategy, very obvious. Just try to capitalize as much on their conditional extract as they could. Whereas Team Mayhem, it kind of just seems like they sat around for a while, as we often do on farm, took just like a crazy team fight in the middle of the map, and then somehow got to the farm back extract for themselves, despite 3 or 4 teams theoretically being able to reach out and interact with them during that. I'm really surprised to see this leaderboard.
Yeah, he's on my mark. He's on my mark.
I know it sucks. We're looking for the last second shit.
Spine spotted
5
me.
minutes and 30.
Yeah, on the house, guys. Behind
I'm getting shot from me.
He's 1 in front of me. Fuck. I have no fucking order.
¿Tiro?
Maté uno. Necesito ayuda. Uno que me dejó a mi derecha, uno que me dejó a mi derecha.
Chomping those little tootsies. Looks like they're holding this one choke point. Did not quite work out for the Mayhem, able to get quite a few kills on the way to the sniper house even. Fight finishing here from Corbry as a third party to this fight. I don't think this goes super well for them. Right side. Oh my god, oh my god, his entire team falls on right in front of him too. Maybe not quite proactive enough in the micro there.
Yeah, just not enough. And you see how hard the game here is when you're against these cracked fraggers, right? Just gets completely banged out. Just shows on both sides. Jetto nails him through the angle, and then Solo immediately pushing behind, not wasting any time, just wiping this, swooping up the loot, getting themselves to an easy extract. I am still shocked they didn't come out with more money than the 2-man of Mayhem. But they show us exactly what we expect from that team, right? Positional play. They lock down the position that they want. They take it very passive. I was almost a bit concerned at the start, but then they lock down the position that they want, and they explode when they have the chance, just picking the right engagements. So 6 stuff from them, 6 stuff from Mayhem, just as you would expect. Lucifer just dancing around a car there looked like hopeless, but makes it out with the most money seal.
Yep. I think that was a really, really fun start to the day, especially at the end of the game there. I actually wouldn't be surprised, though, if that was going to be our most passive game. I think that the difficulty of extracting on farm is kind of what promotes the kind of passive play there. Other maps, not quite so hard, though, and it's going to be easier to take your quick fight, take your extract. That's what I'm hoping to see going into map 2 here.
We're going to go to map 2 in just a matter of minutes. Actually, 2 to 3 minutes. We're going to listen into some streamers in the break, and then we'll be back with match number 2 for you guys.
Like DO in the last one, bro. They got one kill and everybody died. We're fine.
Yeah, and they came back. They came back.
We're fine. We just gotta lock it and keep the vibes high.
Dude, Rockstar's team's below us, and we're fine.
They got full wiped without getting a kill by Solo's team. And Solo's team only got 26 from that whole squad, so...
We're just gonna pop off on TV. We gotta play together. Play together, play off for Hicks, rotate.
The one guy that extracted from Mayhem. Wait, what? It just... Oh, let's loot. Okay.
Bramsey and Lucifer got out.
Okay, 2 guys getting out versus a whole team, and they still got more there? The fuck?
Yeah.
Wait, why did we just go to 0?
It's showing loot value.
Oh, loot value. I see.
That's a possibility as well, right? I think that's a...
But no matter what we hear on they got 6 kills as well. Whatever we hear on TV, we just play our game just like we did there, right?
Or Tentra or whatever the name is at this point.
If they're not up in my face, like, I guess I'll just hold.
A lot of players extracting, and it is a very close top 2.
I'm really curious what the Mayhem approach was to this game. They clearly picked some kind of winning strategy. Team Solo's strategy very obvious. Just try to capitalize as much on their conditional extract as they could. Whereas Team Mayhem, it kind of just seems like they sat around for a while, as you know, as we often do on farm, took just like a crazy team fight in the middle of the map, and then somehow got to the farm back extract for themselves, despite 3 or 4
Remember, guys, it's teams,
theoretically being able
He
to
went to the farm back extract.
Yeah, Steam's PK is everything. Oh yeah, these guys are popping hella shots with them 110.
Yeah, it's so not worth.
Yeah.
Spine spot 5 minutes and 30.
I'm getting shot
We are back from the shortest break in history. We are ready for our match number 2. We have, I think, another farm that starts super slow and then explodes, but I feel like teams had way better game plans this time. So many teams came out with a good plan here. Everybody realized their conditional extracts played for them. Some teams' fights didn't go their way. I'm super interested to see what happened to Tentra there. We don't really know. We can maybe ask him later in the winners interview if he does go there. They looked like the best position for 15 minutes of the game, and they came out worse for wear.
Well, enough about farm. Going now into TV station. We heard from GL's team in the break that they're going to be quote unquote playing their own game, trying their best to ignore and not go for any third parties. Because as we know, TV station being a map that is very, very small, split into 4 quadrants. There's going to be 1 team per quadrant, although one lucky winner is going to be sharing that quadrant with the team. That is likely going to be the place where combat starts first. Main question there being who is going to be 3rd, 4th, and 5th partying. It seems like after all the matches that we've seen so far, as well as, for example, the success that Team Corbry showed us, that going for the 3rd party might not actually be the play. In fact, if you just preserve your folks as 4 up as long as humanly possible, and then scoop up the remains of whatever the heck happened in the game before, that could be the winning play. We heard that GL was kind of implying that. However, Corbry also in these rounds makes me wonder, like, if you got 2 teams that are going for the same strategy, then all of a sudden that strategy kind of gets a bit worse. I almost wonder if on the flip side, if teams able to take quick fights and then take some of the either the timer extracts on the northeast end of the map, or maybe get control of the main entrance or elevator extracts, I almost wonder if that plays, or that kind of strategy extracting is going to be even stronger when so many teams seem like they're playing that much more passively for finals.
Yeah, it's the eternal question, right? It's when aggressive, when passive. If you solve that question, you have solved this tournament, essentially, I feel like. And again, we saw it there where you can play very passive, but if you don't really have the outs, if you don't really have the game plan, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't help you anything, because everybody else is going to be waiting for you on the other side as well. So that was... yeah, I think TV was, again, a lot of passive starts. The problem with TV is, right, since you spawn almost in a circle, right? Yes, it's quadrants, but you're always going to have people rather close to you, no matter where you spawn. It's not like on farm where you could say, okay, we take out the trade center team and we have our side of the map to ourselves. That doesn't work here at all. So any fight you take early is immediately subject to third parties. So it's almost even harder to balance that aggression. But everybody knows this stuff we're talking about. Everybody knows that you cannot just sit around. So it's so hard. I wouldn't want to be one of the players trying to figure this out live.
Yeah, I think that, like, whenever the topic of, like, extracting comes up and about the friction related to extracting, I think that the idea of, like, what conditional extracts, what is our plan for leaving, that is where that is going to come into play the most. I'm hoping here that we get to see some P90s. I really want to see some extra CQC spice from some of these players, but GL, they spawn northeast, but they're instantly running down south towards directors.
A lot of game plans, I think, coming out immediately here, and this is where you see the difference in teams as well. You see that everybody, I think, almost everybody, maybe not Team Mayhem, but everybody else has done their prep. And I've talked to a lot of them where their practice for the tournament has been a lot of looking at the map and talking about what spawns lead us to which play, lead us to which game plan. How do we execute from each spawn? And that's what we saw there. Mayhem versus Corbry looked danger close, but if you can lock in a safe like this, you always will.
This is where we saw a bunch of the reds coming out from the raids before. I did see a load-in right there. Just a PD wire. One of the better golds that you could be getting. I think sitting at about 200k there. Corbry able to get to directors first. A couple safes to be grabbing here. Did see GL routing towards this direction, but they're not here first. I wonder if directors was their plan, and if it was, what is their reaction to being the second team here? You can kind of get trapped here, but again, if you're sieging directors, you know, that is basically the dinner bell that the lobby is waiting for, right? That's the kind of fight you're trying to third.
And again, it's, you're trying to third this fight, but if you get fourth, that doesn't help you either. So, yeah, it's just the same game that we're playing every time, and there's no easy solution. That's a gold. That's another gold. Oh, the big one's always a big bait. Not really getting anything of crazy value here. If you get a red here, Seal, what's your extract? Where are you taking this? How are you trying to avoid combat and getting out?
I think that you're sending someone to the front door. Like, the elevator is really, really easy to get third and fourth pointed from. It's a hallway. There's not like three-dimensional cover. You can either hide from one side or the other. Days are going to come through. You know, the front door is just like a much easier place to kind of hold. It looks like, though, this is a place that we haven't seen teams play. And it actually makes a lot of sense, the library here. It's relatively centralized, and more importantly, there's not very many angles, good angles, to actually approach into this room from. So not only does it, let you play defensively, but the elevator and the main door extracts are relatively easy to route towards from here without getting hit from the sides. Again, we haven't seen a team hold this area. I think it's a really, really smart play from Team Mayhem.
Yeah, it's something that we've seen a lot as well in the qualifiers, is get to a good spot that you can hold and then just chill the hell out, If you're around the office area, I think I watched Rockstar sort of just chilling around the managers, just setting up the perimeter, looting the safes, and then just not moving at all for 10, 15 minutes. And then once you hear a few fights kicking off, even if it's a fight or two, it's massive information.
Something I'm really worried about for GL. So we have the booster pad meta, so that you can like put flashlights on your gun or whatever, maybe get like your scope away from the furniture of the gun. The booster pad will exacerbate height overbore issues. So GL prone on the edge, like peeking his gun over the edge of a stairwell. I'm almost wondering, like, are those rounds gonna hit the floor in front of you? Like, you're good, right? I'm not sure, actually. I really, really hope we don't see any like little micro mistakes like that. Booster pad meta, not something that I see much in my games, at the very least. Scavs fighting outside of GL's room. I'm not gonna get baited by the USAS. These guys definitely won't either this time. I don't think this is going to be the first position that gives. That being said, again, this is not a room that has been held before. This could be primo ambush material that we're watching right now.
Primo ambush, but I mean, he's still open to the door, right? So somebody jumps by, somebody jiggles by. I don't think anybody's really walking in there, but we've seen stranger things, and yeah, like you said,
good show.
The not really the meta that you see a ton in your games, but we've seen how powerful the flashlight is, right? It's a bit of a double-edged sword sometimes. I think I'll talk to Critical, and he says he doesn't really like using it. It distracts him, and he wants to outmaneuver opponents more than anything. So he doesn't want to give his position away with that flashlight. But I think everybody's been blind at once and just realized, wow, these things are hella bright, and they can definitely win you a fight as well. I can't say that I've been triple flashlighted. I haven't seen the light quite to that extent just yet, but it sounds nasty.
It's funny. Sure. The T95 was kind of like the flashlight gun meta, and a lot of people, like, the H4, you can put 2 on there, but I think it's hilarious that people are actually finding ways with the booster pad to just slam as many flashlights as possible onto your gun, just like truly maximize the the amount of brightness, just actually bringing the sun with you into the fight.
Yeah.
Again, not something that we're seeing everyone do. It can have some unintentional side effects, but there's no stat or like ergo penalties that you get from using a flashlight. Warren here, though, using the P90. I saw P90 from here. I think I saw Tentra using an AEK as well. If there was ever a map to be using any alternative AR or just CQC options, it is going to be TV.
I am excited to see an AEK. I didn't think we would. I thought we'd see a few P90s here and there, especially on TV, right? Especially, like you said, a lot of close range engagements. It's not like some of the other maps like Valley, where scope spraying is a huge part of your game. Free save for critical. Observers catching it nicely.
Yeah.
It's a gold. JD. So this is the map to do the P90. The AEK, I'm almost a little confused about. I know it's fun. It's my literally favorite gun to use.
Same
and when
here.
you talked about the coins from the Red Fest, you know, I'm thinking about buying that Pharaoh AEK skin with these coins. But I didn't think it was doing anything better than the H4. Can you talk to me a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I haven't done the math on it. The AEK does have the 800 RPM compared to the H4 900, but the 7.62 39 rounds will deal more damage per round than 5.56. The problem there being, of course, that the AEK also has significantly more recoil than the HK. So like, yes, if you land every single shot, you will have comparable, likely higher DPS than the HK. But if you miss even a single round because of it, it kind of becomes a little bit troll. I hope it doesn't come up, but you know, honestly, I'm just happy to be seeing something other than HK. I really love seeing HK, P90. I love seeing these alternative primary options.
Yeah, for sure. And like you said, if you bring it out on a map, it has to be this one, because the scope spraying is so much worse with the AEK than it ever would be with the HK. And it's less relevant on this map. It's not irrelevant, but it's less relevant here than it would be on any other map. That being said, like you said, right, DPS advantages go firmly out the window when you miss one more bullet than the other gun would, and that's at least when the guns are that close, of course. But yeah, I love seeing a bit of variety. I love seeing a few other guns brought out. I'm sure I've already seen many in chat say the same thing. It's just a little dominant on the H4 front at the moment. So you gotta cheer for everybody that brings out something else.
Kind of like rooting for the underdog there. Saw Corbry trying to move up from the director's office, going to get control of one of the...
Ooh, recon.
Yeah, one of the ways into that room. So recon, I'm actually not sure what specifically you can scan with the recon. Let's actually see if the UI even lets us see. Nope, we just get to see them looking at a PDA. They're scanning something. They will get information about something somewhere on the map. But honestly, I don't think anything like again, we have every quadrant being held by a team. The only question is which quadrant specifically are being held. Something to note by Team Mayhem's positioning, though, a lot of the timed extracts on the northeast corner, those were in control of by GL's team. They moved away from the defense of those timed extracts. So they're doing that to try to, I believe, catch someone off guard by being in a weird spot that will give them a faster response time to if a fight does happen. However, if another fight happens, and then that does open up those extracts for someone else to sneak behind and leave themselves.
Yeah. I think we're going to start seeing some baits come in as well. We heard some fire there popping off. I think it's not the worst thing in the world to try and force or bait a fight, pretend there is one. That being said, if you're not committing a whole lot of util, I don't think anyone's buying it. Everybody knows you have so much ammo. Everybody knows that you just want them to walk into them. So nobody's going to go for a very aggressive peek. Nobody's going to take very aggressive pushes just off a few H4 shots rattling out. So bit of terrain, though, being crossed.
Oh, yeah.
Space being garnered for the boys from Rockstar's team. I wonder what the call is here.
Yeah, so this is going to probably garner a reaction from Team Mayhem, moving away, Rockstar moving away from their own quadrant into the one where all of our timed extracts are available. So they're going to have to be really careful here. If I'm them, I'm probably assuming that one of the time extracts here is being held. This is actually where Tentra is here on the northern corner of the map, middle floor. They're basically just ratting one of the extracts. So 2 teams on the northeast side. Mayhem team nearby as well. No player deaths yet, though. We can see in the top left, 20 players still alive. God, they're playing so carefully at the solo.
Yeah, hanging out. Hanging in there. Good at surviving. Cheeky M110 to pick up. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
100k, maybe?
Yeah.
Not gonna do anything in the greater scheme of things. The M80 is not bad, I guess. So yeah, he is getting these mags. But it won't change the greater scale of things. But it gives you a bit of an idea of how much they really care about moving and scouting right now. They're okay with spending a bit of time here. Not getting a whole lot done. Similar things for Team Solo. Just hanging out. Just holding a few angles in the offices. Trying to get someone in their crosshairs.
Yeah, so we got a clump of teams. Basically, the east side of the map has 4 of our teams. 2 in the northeast, 1 in like the middle east, 1 on the southeast. Team Solo Control are the only folks on the western half of the map, which does give them basically complete control of the parking garage extract. Unfortunately, we didn't see any of them claim any reds, and they also have no way of knowing that that kind of thing is clear. The one thing I'm looking at for is here, I think that Core Bree is basically the powder keg, or maybe even like Team Mayhem. Something that's going to be happening between one of those 3 teams. I believe that Tentra probably full committing to the timed extracts ratting. I think that they're just willing to sit there for 20 minutes. Lucifer as well, waiting to jump on the director's team as they leave. This is exactly where I want to see someone like Lucifer just trying to, put yourself in a clutch spoiler position for a team trying to rotate away from your own POI.
Yeah. I got a bit of a taste of it in game 1. Instantly top of the scoreboard. Now looking like they're a threat to be reckoned with. And interestingly enough, it feels like Rockstar's team is moving the most. However, it's not like they're crossing the map a ton. But in their own perimeters, they seem to be so much more mobile than everybody else.
Yeah, they moved from the northwest to the northeast quadrant. If I'm them, I'm actually surprised by how much space is being given to me. Now, again, to their north, so like on the right side of this player Brister, there are some players ratting the tunnels. But at this point, I'm almost wondering, like, should I... Interesting, using a util in the middle. Should I commit a player to try to grab the safes in the middle of the map? They could have an extract that they have control over. And if you get yourself a little red, time safe going off. If they get themselves a red, it might be worth just sending a guy out and get the 10 mil, because this TV station raid, it's looking like it's going to be a chaotic mess later on. And you only have so much control over chaotic messes.
Yeah. Also seem a bit spread out there. Breeze, I haven't seen any of his teammates really anywhere nearby.
Oh, interesting. So the safe alarm that we heard going off, that was not one of Rockstar's team. That was being cracked open by Tentra's team. So they hear this. They know now that there is a team playing the north side low ground. Briss holding now the northwestern stairwell. And at this point for Rockstar, like, you know there's teams to your south. You're kind of in like an aggressive gatekeeping position to your north.
That's a bait.
Fight being faked, yeah. I almost wonder, like, I'm actually kind of worried for them at this point. They're they're sandwiched between a couple of teams right now.
I am the absolute most worried for our observers because we have 10 minutes on the clock and nobody has shot an opponent yet. This thing is going to explode. And a lot of it is going to explode extremely fast. So,
someone died.
There's a few shots. Somebody's dead. I think that's Corbry's team, right?
Yep.
Is that Warren down? I think that's Warren down.
The Mayhem ambush on the director's team worked. They're going back up the stairs into the director's office. Lucifer holding the angle, waiting for them. Oh, is he going to get timing? He does get timed. He misses the cross, but has a decent reaction, able to pepper one of the players peeking him from the hole in the wall. They got their 1 kill. Is Mayhem going to push into this, or are they going to continue holding this defensive posture? This specific angle from Lucifer, very difficult to third party. Nade's starting to get used to try to crack open the defenses of Corbury. Is this going to result in a push?
If they find another open here with the util, for sure it is. And he's trying to go for the swing. He's trying to go for the peaks. That's surely a knock, right? I think he took that player down. He did a ton of damage, that's for sure. I was going to say, where are his teammates in this? Where's the rest of the squad? As the heal comes through, his visor cracked. But he must have done a ton of damage there, no?
God. This freaking 7Xs. Yeah, that was a ton of damage. I heard a headshot goosh come in there as well. So you know that Moto Helm on the other side has been taken down as well. God, if I'm Team Mayhem, I am chomping at the bit to try to take this aggression. But, you know, if you fight towards directors that is further away from your own extract and you're opening yourselves up to getting third-partied. A lot of this is almost like performative, being like, hey, we're fighting over here. Like, other 3 teams on the map, what are you going to do about it? They still have players holding their back angles, the back flanks. Lucifer looking for a left-hand peek here, just trying to get something new and unique. Oh, holding the spray. Body and helmet getting so damaged, but I don't think he got a kill from that, though.
Nope. He loves peeking. He loves being aggro.
Can't blame
that
him.
man... He doesn't let go of W a lot when he plays this map, and he would love to get an opener here because they know then, okay, it's a 4v2. We quickly reset and we go in. Now,
oh my god,
they're dropping him out.
Dropping him is, oh my god.
He is the juggernaut. That is crazy.
The amount of trust being put into Lucifer, being like, all right, you're the playmaker. You are the GOAT. You will be the man that we put our faith in. Meantime, Rockstar putting some nades in over toward that northeastern corner where the safe is. No hits being found from it quite yet, though.
I wonder, is there... We didn't see Nate's... we didn't see Warren's body, right? We didn't know where exactly they caught him. There's no way they caught him in library, though, right? There's no way that was the armor of Warren. That was a teammate's armor for sure.
Correct. Huh? Yes, they did have the little teammate icon. Yes, so that was the teammate's armor. They are dropping. It was probably like, you know, maybe even GL dropping him his teammate's armor, or his own armor for his teammate. Honestly, that's some Chad behavior right there. Just being like, I trust you, man. Like you are the GOAT.
You're the GOAT.
You're the GOAT. Yeah. Like, and if that's happened to me, if someone's just dropping me their armor, like, that's going to make me feel like even better as well. It's going to make me feel enabled to make my plays for the team here. In the meantime, though, Team Solo moving to the center of the map, getting involved, actually. This is very aggressive from Team Solo Control.
Yeah. Jado also a bit banged up. One little crack in the visor and a good chunk of damage on his vest. So he's already damaged. And their clock's ticking as well. They wanna explode, and we know they can, right? We know they can. But there's a second player already out of the picture. Look at this. Is that Lucifer? I think that's Lucifer dead.
Yeah.
That might have been the third party from Solo Control.
Would not be surprised.
Oh, wow.
Sims being popped here by Team Solo Control. 1 player lost from Mayhem, from Corbury. There's still 2 healthy teams on the far left of Team Solo's current position. It's going to be really difficult to actually, like, crack this nut. Because, again, like, these teams, they've lost a couple of players, but they're still playing so passively. And regardless of how much armor you do or don't have, you're going down in, you know, 9 or 10 shots. And you can only take that much punishment once. So, in one errant fight, 1 bad read, 1 bad call, and you're just down and you're out. So at this point, like, I think that Team Solo Control looking for an opening onto this Mayhem Corbury fight, and that opening, I don't know if it's going to happen because neither of them, being down a man, being down armor, being down gear, are going to be looking to make any plays themselves.
It's so rough. It's 5 minutes, man. It's 5 minutes on the clock, and everybody knows they got to get out. I think Tentra holding one of the extracts, right? We saw that.
Yeah.
We saw Rockstar trying to clear that out with nade. So that's one fight that's cooking up. That's one fight I think that they're almost committing to. And Solo Control just say, we hear this, and we're so much happier to fight that than fighting teams that aren't moving and the teams that know about us, right? Visor switch coming in for Tentra, by the way.
Lovely.
Big and huge. Actually got shot in the helmet. Actually switched it out. Comes in massive for them. They're still holding. And I think a lot of the util is now out of the picture for Rockstar's team. But in a lot of these situations, excuse me, Seal, we've seen the aggressive team be the successful one. That being said, we know Critical and the rest of Team Solo are coming for this, and we see Rockstar already losing 1 to that third party.
Stuns coming in. Gasgrid actually, the area denial is going to be extremely impactful with only 4 minutes 30 left here. Not at all surprised we're seeing Team Solo potentially rotating over toward this section of the map, sitting on top of these timed extracts. We're talking again about the farm, where it's like the reward for winning a fight being loot and a fast extract is so much better than having a bunch of loot, having a bunch of bodies, not being able to do anything with it. A couple of players going down on the backside of the store.
Oh,
who was that?
I think that might have been one of Rockstar's team again, getting more and more third party from the back there, trying to force the issue. We see that GL's down to 2, so they have lost another on the way as well. And everybody that's trying to come in late here is getting punished so far. First bit of looting done. First bit of swapping things around for Tentra and the boys. We also saw Critical specifically asking if the gas grenade was counted as a lethal or a tactical, so I wouldn't be surprised if that was them using it there, because the area denial is absolutely huge. And yeah, there is high ground for Rockstar squad, but they haven't really been able to make it work at all.
Someone popping an extract. I'm not sure which one. That might be the elevator. I'm not quite sure which. I don't actually know if anybody has really secured any loot. Mickelson snapping on it. Oh no, the complete lack of reaction, just continuing to move on. Mingle able to secure that kill. Nice shots from Mingleton.
I think that might have been one of Team Mayhem. I don't think if that was solo control, I would have been surprised that they have a player so soloed out. But yeah, I see that they have lost the body as well, I think. So maybe it was them losing that member. I see a lot of loot juggling there as well. So they've had their successes on the way. There it is, Lucifer, the rest of the squad. They haven't actually lost anyone. They're just now activating. And it's Team Corbry that's bleeding members. It's Team Corbry that's eliminated there. Okay.
Rage, trying support. Solo himself going down in the meantime. It looks like it is Team Solo trying to get active on the recording studio. Shammy looks like he's able to get the trade. But in the meantime, Baby Rage in the library, holding strong defensively.
2 minutes.
Versus Corbry. Relatively aggressive.
Solo for Corbry. Duo for Mayhem. Not pretty for either of the two so far.
Single being held. Oh, clean peek from GL. This is a huge win for them. They're going to be able to secure 4 bodies. I believe everybody else in the lobby is busy. With the amount of action going on, they should be aware of that. And same as we can see in the pip, 1 player left from Rockstar's team, Minkleton, able to get to extract. Literally nothing left. I don't know how much loot he has. He's got 2 H4s at the very least, but no HP, no armor. You gotta go. At least get some points on the board for your team.
I think he just swooped up that 1 frag he got and got the heck out of there, losing a teammate in the process as well. But Solo Critical bleeding members opens the door a bit for other teams to catch up. Same thing is true for Lucifer, but I'm saying that, I keep calling them Lucifer because I'm so used to team captain being the name of the team, but they will be able to swoop up a whole lot of gear as well here. Just with a duo, they should be pretty good.
Still 3 up, swooping in from west to east. Spamming a little bit through the smoke. In the meantime, as we can see in the alarm has been activated for the parking garage. I believe that is Team Solo Control attempting to get out as 2 on the west edge of the map. Entra not in position to stop it. They're close, but not close enough.
Did they give up their control of the extract here? They just moved somewhere completely different.
They did. They're kind of moving around between these different extract points. I think they're basically just
gave that up to
sweeping around. Oh, wait.
Minkleton.
Oh my god, I just realized we only have 30 seconds left. Hold up.
Yeah, where are they going?
Well, there's a couple of timed extracts over here. There's one here directly to the left. I believe there's a 20-second extract. Hicks is this is gonna be a tight timing. Does he even have any loot?
He's got 4 seconds.
All right.
He's got some. He's gotta have something.
Hopefully.
Shojin's out. Tentra's out.
Okay.
Hicks is out. I guess they got what they wanted. I don't know how many buddies they picked up. I have no idea.
Yeah, I have no clue.
Also, there's 3 players remaining, so these are not the last extracts that we're seeing.
Oh, I think it was. Yeah.
All out.
Okay.
All gone. Oh wow. Okay. That was a lot to recap. That was a lot going on. That was a lot of confusion. Minkleton gets out for Rockstar's team. We don't know how much he bagged, but he gets out. Tentra gets out at 3. That could be really solid. But I don't think they got 3 bodies to loot. I think they had this one body die right in front of their doorstep. I know that happened.
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know how much else they bagged up. And I think Solo Control probably bagging up 2 bodies and getting out, probably 1 each.
Yeah, I think that like basically the name of the game was, you know, that long like east-west hallway on the northeast edge of the map. It felt like that was like a really focal point for teams, you know, rotating between there and bunker. That area above donut. Like there's also like the extract button as well that I believe someone from team Solo Control they pushed that button and then they died trying to get back to their boys. So you know, sacrificial play coming out from there. Don't think he had any loot on him. Only had 1 gun on who I believe that was Solo himself who died for that.
Yeah.
Just God, what a chaotic
I think we saw Solo
game.
and Critical going down. I think Critical might have been the one that got caught like really in the open with Minkleton putting him down, and then we saw Solo die a little bit later. What happened to GL? Did they get to extract at all? We didn't see it, did we? They were a duo. They swung the Solo, cleared him out. Corbry in the bin. And then I don't know where they went from library, because we watched the other 2 teams extract. We watched Chami and Giado get out, and we watched Tentra 3-man extract. But I have no idea where GL went.
Well, there's the elevator nearby that was uncontested. There's also the main door and extract, which is slightly less nearby, but still pretty close. God, yeah, I feel kind of bad. Like I'm walking away from that, just like basically, I'm doing my damnedest to like piece together like the extracts and the fights. Like I think we're just gonna have to take this one to the leaderboard, dude.
Yeah, I did another bit of stream sniping. Okay, GL got out on the main door. That's what they did, and that means Team Mayhem is now in the lead. They got another big extract with 2 members stacked up to the teeth, and they secure 46 mil in 2 games. I think that is essentially more than their teams got in 5 games in the qualifier. So these guys are popping off so far. Lucy Juggernaut not working out this game, and it doesn't matter. They bring it back as a duo. They clutch it up. They close it out. I think that was Baby Rage and GL, and that is super sick for them. 33 for Solo Control, and a big round for Tentra as well, closing the gap.
I'm seeing a bit of a rivalry forming. Mayhem, I believe they've gotten most of, if not all of their money specifically from Corbury. Like specifically, I think they've gotten out with like literally 6 of their kits or something close. In the meantime, 36 mil. No, they got out with all 4 of their kits for 36 mil loot there value there. Something important to note as well is that I don't believe a single red has come into play. So all of the loot value, all of the points that we've been seeing up until this point has been pure PvP, either from kill value or from loot value.
Yeah. And there we see as well how much Minkleton was able to get out, right? That is exactly those 4 mil that we see right there is what he was able to get out. The rest is kills. And I think so far it's a very even spread. It's basically the same order on all 3 leaderboards. It's basically the same order on all 3 of them. Corbury's team not able to extract so far. I think they had zero loot value, if I'm not mistaken. But the other teams essentially lining up in kills, lining up in loot, and lining up in total points with each other. So it goes to show that when you get to extract, it's usually when you have kills on the board. And if you get killed, it also becomes a little easier to extract, right? Because you're making space on the map for yourself.
Especially, I think that the interesting thing that we saw was like, again, like GL's team, like, yeah, you're walking away, you're giving away the timed extracts, but that actually makes sense. We saw how Tentra was holding those timed extracts. They were literally ratting. The keyboard was unplugged for about 20 minutes at a time there, holding that long hallway. It's like, okay, yes, that is technically a place where your team can probably extract. Do you want to extract there after winning a team fight, then having to go through a second team to get your extract? That is simply not going to happen. So instead, holding the library, giving you access to both the main door and the elevator, which are, you know, they're scary, they're unappealing, but the extracts being unappealing is what lets them use them just unmolested.
Yeah, it's that whole mind game, right? It's of if I don't want to go to that extract, nobody else wants to go there either.
Exactly.
We're going to go through some highlights of that game, but I think it's just the entire process of figuring out the meta is what's defining this, and the entire process of like, this is a position everybody wants, so then nobody goes for it because they think it's going to be contested, and suddenly you have it by yourself. And it's the same with the extracts, it's the same with everything, right? Moving early to an area of the map where everybody knows you can be extracting from is absolutely massive. There's the early pick. One of those low ground players probably died. There's another good bit of damage there on Lucifer. In the end, he doesn't get it done. I think he gets thirded by Giotto. This is where he loses all of his armor.
My armor's cooked.
But I think it's probably Giotto picking him up from the side. I think that's really what happened.
Oh, I just died
And that's
Through
where
the
he gets
door.
taken down. And he gets headshot through the door, and that's how he goes down.
Something I really, really want to highlight here is that GL Mayhem's plan worked. They held the library. Corbury did not expect his second team to be controlling that much space. They were able to successfully ambush Warren from Team Corbury, and they were able to extract after eventually win the team fight. They moved away from their passive position. They took a forward position, and it worked. Bravo, teammate.
Yeah, hold on. That also looked like a fight.
Whoa! Who is this?
That is a nasty transfer. That looked, I was gonna say, that angle looked like a fight he should be winning, right? That looked like Corbury should have won that, but he just gets destroyed on the angle.
That's a good sign.
And there's Giotto at the
Those
very
bots are
end,
dead as heck.
just locking down a few bots, you know, making sure that extract works. Yeah, more of Mayhem working out exactly like they planned it. They look fantastic right now. I wasn't a believer, okay? I was like, it shouldn't work. They got the fragging power, but they should have no chemistry. They should have no strategy. They're proving us everything else right now.
This is what I wanted to see from GL in the semifinals. I didn't get to see it then. He made me wait for it, but we're finally seeing just the incredible calls and the incredible plays coming out. It's not his own team, it's the Mayhem team, but I think that he's got something to do with his success on that team, at least from like a macro IGL standpoint. Bravo to them. Cannot wait to get into game 3.
Yeah, super sick. We're going to go to a really short break. We're going to listen into some of the streams, and then we'll be back with game number 3 for you in just a few minutes.
Red has come into play. So all of the
I'm gonna try
all
the
of the point that we've been seeing up until this point has been pure PvP, either from kill value or from loot value.
Yeah. And there we see as well how much Minkleton was able to get out, right? That is exactly those 4 mil that we see right there is what he was able to get out. The rest is kills. And I think so far it's a very even spread. It's basically the same order.
Yeah, we got 5 kills in this match.
Yeah, that's what I thought. We got 5 kills. Yeah.
To extract so far. I think
We allowed to use the hand-me gold, but they haven't said anything about it, right? I bought one whenever this shit started.
I don't think there's no rules against it. But yeah, I was like, yeah, we 100% got the 5 kills because the first guy who was crossing and we got him, and you looted the P90. I think that was my kill, because I had Warren's kill and he had a P90, or somebody had a double P90. Then we had GL killed that guy, the moto, or the fucking headshot kill. Baby's double kill.
The keyboard was unplugged for about 20 minutes at a time there, holding that long hallway.
Interesting.
Like, okay, yes, that is technically a place where your team can probably extract.
Yeah, GL.
I mean, so
Join.
far, I think we've made $1,000, guys. So good shit. Good
Yeah.
fucking shit.
That is simply not going to happen. So instead, holding the library, giving you access to both the main door and the elevator, which are, they're scary.
Yeah, library was fucking amazing call, by the way, whoever made it.
What lets them use them?
Yeah,
That shit is the fucking, it's the biggest anchor in this fucking map.
Because you gotta clear the top and the bottom. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Whenever you peek anything.
Yeah, you're like double peeking.
The entire process of figuring out the meta is what's defining.
Baby, you were looking good out there, brother. Keep
Yeah,
it
that
up.
was a nice fucking spray on those 2 guys. Good shit, man.
Yeah,
Nobody
good
goes
shit.
for it because they think it's going to be contested, and suddenly.
Well, I started fucking screaming, "Baby, downstairs!" You just peeked it.
I see him, bro.
I
don't know why.
It's absolutely massive. There's the early pick. One of those low ground players probably died. There's another good bit of damage there on Lucifer. In the end, he doesn't get it done. I think he gets thirded by Giotto. This is where he loses all of his armor. But I think
That guy
it's
just
probably
ate
Giotto
so
picking him up
much.
From the side. I think that's
Yeah.
what happened. And that's where he gets taken down.
Honestly, I'm thinking of playing Red
through
Dot,
the
bro.
door, and that's how he goes down.
Something I
Bro,
really, really want to highlight here is
2 995s to a fucking fresh moto. Like, hello? What are we playing? RNG Infinite, man? What?
From Team Corbury, and they were able to extract after
Look at them trying to peek baby raids. This shit is so fried.
from their passive
Yeah.
position. They took a forward position.
Actually, so fried to peek.
I need to take a piss real quick.
Holy shit, Baby Rage. That was nice. That was nasty, bro. He's out with the side scope, baby rage. Oh my god. Guys, listen. Yo. Guys.
It's 7. Uh-huh. 3, 6, yeah, there's 7.
Oh, yeah,
you're
yeah.
the Peach.
I got it.
RV. Okay.
I remember if we spawn like we did last week, I'll probably do it, but someone has a quick look in to see if the mid extract's up. The tunnel, the bunker. You can tell from the start of the raid if it's up.
They
know what I'm saying?
told Solo something. Please use in the right corner the graphics with the pop-in video.
Am I using the wrong one?
I don't know, they said something.
I do have it on. Oh, it's not on loop. That's the problem, I think.
We are back from another break. We are rounding out 2 out of 5 games. We're almost at the halfway point, and we are seeing, honestly, exactly what I wanted. I feel like we're seeing a way better lobby. I feel like teams have really figured this out so much more than they have in the semis, and looking sick right now. I think one thing that we have to mention on as well that we sort of forgot to talk about, but Lucifer didn't, is they've already made $1,000 because they have just won game 1 and game 2. Just like that, you know? That's how easy it is to make $1,000, guys. Just be insanely good at the video game. That's all you gotta do. Just be better than everybody else. I think you said something as well about tragic, how close solo control was in round 1, being super close to winning that round. But I think if they win the tournament, they're gonna be okay with that.
Yeah, like, at the end of the day, it's 2,500 overall that is on up for grabs from being just like, the match winner. But you're definitely a lot more considered over the 5K as well as the stickers, man. Like, at the end of the day, like money's money. But if I can just load up a game that I play and see like my own mark on it, like, that's gonna keep me playing longer than anything else, man.
Yeah, that's super sick. That's something you can tell the kids about, you know?
I probably would.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's super sick. We are going into Valley. We are going into what we expected to be the most strategic map of the tournament, and that is because you have a bit of sightlines, but you also have a lot of cover. You have these high ground positions, right? So you can take a lot of sightlines, take a lot of information, and you can also, like you said, center up and get all of the info on the rest of the map, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like you just take farm and you stretch it out. And there's a lot of the effects of that are, again, better sightlines and the supply camp at the courtyard providing high ground positions. Those are going to be the power positions on this map. Like Koa said, going to be a more strategic approach to this. I think a flip side, though, of the way that farm played out, I think that, so the friction in farm for being able to extract is basically because of proximity to other teams and being able to safely rotate. The friction for extracting on Valley is generally just going to be due to just the distance from an extract. I think that generally speaking, especially teams that take space, take control, and have information on the map are going to be able to extract. It's just going to be like the logistical issue of just like, all right, like that extract is like 600 meters away. We have our loot. How do we get there? What's the timing that we're looking for to reduce risk? I don't think it's gonna be as much of a matter as like being worried about running into other teams.
Yeah, we saw the northwest and the southwest spawn, and we saw the northeast, and now we see a really fast villa push coming out of Rockstar all the way across the beach. On the other side of things, there's the first little bit of high ground gathered on that radio station on the east. Not a bad spot for information, but they don't have sightlines on the beach. They would see if Tentrab was moving really fast and really far. That being said, I don't think they will. And I've heard Critical literally say the words that Courtyard is the best position in the game. So I think I wouldn't be surprised at all if they actually go very aggressively for it.
Definitely a decent Courtyard.
Might have spotted something.
3 teams did spawn this area. As you said, Rockstar taking the villa area, so trees there, the foliage are going to block them from getting POV on that. However, I think they're more interested in taking that courtyard position rather than taking a kind of isolated, I say like quote-unquote isolated 1v1 on their side of the map. bit surprised here to actually be seeing Warren and the rest of Team Corbury here in Port. I feel like this is one of those spots that's difficult to rotate out of, as well as not providing a lot of sight lines. I'd almost prefer to be seeing somewhere in the middle of the map than trying to rotate somewhere from there. In the meantime, Rockstar trying to get the lockdown loot safes from the villa part of the map. It's going to be 3, I believe, safes. No, it should be 4 safes that they'll be able to get access to here. But honestly, considering that we haven't found a red in any of our forbidden loot pools, I would be incredibly surprised if one of these 4 safes gives them any noteworthy loot.
Yeah, that's the one thing that you have to think about, right? That's the one thing that's easy to forget. This map does not have a forbidden mode, and so we don't have a forbidden loot pool. And that means, yes, you can get the safes, and you can try, but the odds are just much more slim. Still, the Villa, probably a good position to get a lot of information from.
Oh.
I would still love Courtyard a lot more than I would love Villa.
Okay. Mayhem above Port. Corbury in Port. This is the routing that I thought Corbury was going to take. GL getting Prio through that. They're going to be able to figure out if the underground shack ahead of them has an available extract, as we saw in TV, as we saw in Farm. The available extracts that folks have access to is going to heavily dictate their game plan and their positioning on the map. They cannot extract here. For example, the supply camp Prio they have is going to be a little bit less appealing. They're probably going to vacate it earlier. Whereas if they have this extract open, I wouldn't be surprised if they take supply camp and sit here literally forever.
Yeah, for sure. Does work. That being said, that sniper scarf gives their position away a little bit. You hate to see that.
Okay.
Even if it's just one single SKS shot, it tells a lot of people that there is a team somewhere around that area.
Quick to note, I couldn't quite tell, but I didn't see the glow sticks that denote this extract being open. I believe that means that it's not going to be an option for them. Nades coming out. Is that in Villa or Port? I can't tell. One of those 2 spots has someone perhaps faking a fight. I'm not exactly sure which. I didn't see anybody routing towards you. Maybe it could be Rockstar Tentra, though?
I don't think
Tentra
would ever go there. Oh, that's a red. Oh, that's huge for solo. Oh, that is massive. Yeah, forbidden safes. Less odds, sure. This is... I think this is exactly the experience that a lot of people think they're having in the game as well, where they're like, forbidden saves go kind of hard sometimes. The only question is, they're middle of the map now, they're high ground. They need some obscure conditional extract to get an easy out, right? This is not like where you just send the guys to the parking garage to get him out.
You and I lie on the internet. And now Crit, the IGL of Team Solo, have a decision to make, you know? What are your conditional extracts? Do you send someone to scout the underground shack? Do you use the space and information that Courtyard is providing you to try to just send like 1 or 2 people out to secure the red? Or do you just hold your terrain and play like you don't have it? And then if you extract, it's just like an extra 10 mil. Getting the red here is going to be extremely difficult to basically capitalize into a win. We did see, for example, Small Factory having a couple of conditional extracts. There's some conditionals in the RV camp and Courtyard as well. Their game plan is going to be heavily dictated by whether or not they have to run 800 meters across the map or not to get out of the map.
Yeah, and here's where I'm putting the work in here. I'm doing my part. I'm gonna open solo stream and I'm gonna see what extracts he has, because we need that information right now, right? This is super relevant. Again, you're posing the right questions, and there just is no answer, right? There is no easy answer. Where do you go from here? How do you
figure it out, Cole? Come on.
Do you pretend like there's no red? What do you do about this? It's so hard. I just want to see him press tab and figure out on the map where he's going. And again, that's something you guys can do as well. You're watching the mainstream, you're getting all of the action on the mainstream, or you're getting all of the centralized information. Whenever something interesting happens, you can pop out into any of these guys streaming and just see what they're talking about, see what they're doing as well. So that enriches the experience a lot. If you have 2 monitors, get cracking, you know? This is the best way, I think, to watch ABI, is all of those POVs at the same time.
Fort still being controlled by Corbury. Again, this is not one of those spots that Lee can move around a lot. Tentra as well. They spawned in the ruins, and they're just now moving on from that, getting the high ground info. There's not a lot you can really see from here, so until you actually move out and take angles on the hills over the beach or perhaps the radio station, it's kind of hard to make any informed decisions. Any play that you make until you get that information is basically just going to be like a vibes-based rotate.
Okay, there's two things. Solo has the conditional extract in small factory.
Wow.
Search 5 weapon crates. I
You
think
can do
they
that.
can get. They can easily do that. And they have the bunker that we just saw. The bunker we just saw Team Mayhem move past. They have that as well. That looks so tempting to me. Looking at the map, that looks so close, but that's super hard.
To elaborate, I believe
that's the 50-50, right?
Yes, it's a 50-50. I believe it is a global 50-50. I think it is either on for everyone or off for everyone. I could be mistaken on that. I could be mistaken, but I don't think I am. Right. That being said, I don't even think that extract matters, because small factory is such an easier place to hold. Now, something important to note, we were talking about the 2 power positions on the map being courtyard and supply camp. Well, hey, Kowo, guess who's in those top 2 positions? It's our top 2 teams. They're controlling the most space. And especially in the case of Team Solo Critical, they have so much agency over how they extract. Now, to get into small factory, they're going to have to sneak under the noses of Team Mayhem. If they move straight in, it's going to be a problem. But honestly, if you just rotate north and then wrap west on the north edge of the map, you can easily send someone to go do that. The only threat there being is, wondering, hey, is this going to be a repeat of day 2 of the semis? Is there a team already in the basement? If we go there and there's someone there and it causes this huge fight, do we want to be there when that happens? Now, for Corbury, the answer was actually yes. They did want to be there. Like positioning and information, all of that was thrown out the window in favor of a good, easy extract. And I wonder if Critical, the IGL of Team Solo, is going to make that call, make the decision, and be like, all right, yes, take the extract over the God spot, or if they're going to hold their ground here for a little bit longer.
I think you probably always wait, right? It feels like when there's 20 minutes on the clock, you almost always delay and you almost always hope something happens. The problem is it feels like that's everybody's strategy. That's everybody's strat book. It's waiting 10 more minutes. So how much does that really help you is a good question. Do you instead very, very slowly edge your way towards small factory? I also don't have a perfect idea if there is actually 5 weapon crates in courtyard. I know like 3 of them. I don't know if it's actual 5. I don't know if they have to loot something on the way, but they should be easily picked up on the way down, the way into small factory. That shouldn't be the problem. But it's such a like hard cross to make, especially with having
the double take.
Yeah. Oops, that's a player. Especially with having a team right up on supply camp, right?
Oh,
damn, that's a hit.
Nice.
What the heck?
SVD here coming out. I kind of like this. Now the Rockstar team, the Villa team, now knows that somebody is linking them from approximately 1 billion yards away. I think someone else can do the calculation there on the actual distance, but it's quite a bit. This is actually one of the only fights in the game where I think that zeroing is actually gonna come into play. It's not something that you guys have to worry about a lot. Usually it's just travel time, but you actually gotta up zero up to 1 or 150 if you don't want to adjust for the drop there. So that's pretty funny. At this range, though, we are going to be firing out of effective range. All guns deal blanket 30% less damage when you're firing out of effective range. And I don't think any gun in the entire game has the ability to fire at full damage at this range. What that means is that we're probably looking at minimum 6 or 7 headshots for an SVD to take on a single player.
It's
or
armor
10
damage that you're
bodies.
dealing.
Absolutely.
You're not killing anybody. It's armor damage, right? And that's what you do in this floor. It's information and armor damage.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing that I was wondering, I was talking to some players about this, is you should just bring the boss token into Valley, right? You should just make sure that you have that heli extract open.
Yes. That boss token is also what is used to expand your keyring. For the semifinals, we actually had the market run out of them. So I
Yeah.
did actually create a shopping list for like, hey, please deliver these to the players. If that was given to them, then they might have that available. That being said, the free golds they got, they may or may not have gotten, they also could have used on the keychains. So even if they were
Yeah.
given some, they might have used them. They need to get more on the market. Interesting coming out from here solo though. They're not sticking around. They're not holding the high ground. At the very least, 2 players from team. No, the whole team. The whole team is moving here towards Small Factory. They're giving up the courtyard high ground. And I actually like this play. I think that if the meta is sit down, stick around, control a little bit of space, but for the most part play defensive, they should be able to do this basically for free, while honestly not even giving up that much not that much value from controlling the high ground. Like if no one's gonna walk in front of your high ground, it's not gonna do anything for you anyway.
It's also, again, the same thing. You're at your extract early, you don't have the pressure late, right? You can chill here, you can start fighting here, you can take a very prolonged fight, you don't have to rush anything down because you're sitting on your extract, so it's no problem at all. And you can lock in that 10 mil, 11 mil, whatever you're doing with that red, you can immediately lock that in. This is what I was wondering about. Where's Corbry and where's Lucifer? Because they are so close by.
Yep. So this is always where our first fight happens. It's always under supply camp from the little campground here.
But Corby's, they're gonna get slammed, no, if they start fighting here?
I mean, last time that Rockstar took this fight from here, they won. It was a result of the supply camp team leaving and trying to clear them out. I think that this is one of the best places to take any fight from. You know, you have like approximately gazillion angles that you can actually poke into this from. Lots of vegetation, lots of rotation paths. The only problem is that if you try to push, you do just have those like 1 or 2 entry points here on the west side. Love what we're seeing here, though. Just taking angles, spreading out, but also trying to set up a team shot. If you set up a team shot with 2 or 3 H4s peppering the one guy on your screen, there's a very, very good chance that you're going to be able to take that guy out. Pair that with a couple of nades in the push, and you have yourself a potential 1-team fight.
I think this is as well as one of those big situations, right? You're peeking up top for information, but you're exposing yourself to such a wide angle. You're exposing yourself to a high degrees left and right, versus the players at the bottom really just locking you down immediately and seeing you immediately. So it's those high ground peaks, they're good for information, but you gotta really worry about your own head. And it doesn't look like they've seen this at all, because they're just still checking every single angle. They're not even locked in on the north side completely. They're still scanning the entire perimeter.
Ooh.
So I don't think they're aware just yet. They might have spotted them there, and now I think the game's up. Now the spot's there, and now they know. Now this can pop off, and I think that's really good for Team Solo Critical, who are not involved at all, and this side of the map is not empty, but their exact position completely is.
Okay, even if Mayhem hadn't spotted them, Corbry is close enough with GS2s that they can hear him. There's no way that they don't know with all the jumping and clambering that he's done. They don't know that someone is in this direction. Yep, we actually have the pre-fire, the angle under this watchtower already being held. Corbry, I don't think that he realizes how dangerous this peak is. He is now holding the angle here. This is a very, very awkward, great to try to land some shots through. However, 2 players here from GL's team holding this this potential path forward for Corbry.
Yeah.
Shots being exchanged, no damage done.
The timing there just kind of working out to the worst effect. If he was there ready to pop that head when it popped up, it would have been massive. He's getting so aggro on this. I think they called that he fell away. They called that player falling back, and he's immediately taking the space, taking the height, denying that angle. And I think this is one of those things. Oh my god, what a push, what a play. Immediately knocks him down.
Oh my goodness!
That's a knock and a flush. That's 2. That's so crazy. What a play from Corbry.
High risk, high reward. No cover up on the watchtower, but GL Mayhem had no idea this was coming. 3 men from Corbry taking the mantle of aggression on themselves. 3v2. Corbry not going to be able to help a lot. He's just covering their flanks. Now trying to group up with the boys. Defense is being held. Now, my question here, Koho, is what is Team Solo Control going to do for this? This is a third-party central that we saw last time. Warren as well, basically a nugget here, losing 3 of his limbs. But hey, you get PKs up. Here we go. Pixel Peaks are being held on the defense behind these sandbags.
He can't even res. Doesn't have time to res. Has to get the shots out. There's 4 man coming his way. They're running him down. They're not letting him any time to res. They're going to clean this up. There's one, though. Finds the first. Looks for the confirm. And he does get it. That hurts. That hurts. But it should still be the wipe every single day of the week here. And that's GL. That's the leaders out. And like you said, Solo Critical, they will have heard all of this. And if I'm them, I'm sending Solo to the lobby with a red, and I'm 3-man pushing this. But it's their decision to make, and it's much easier for us because we have all the information, right?
Yeah, I would have loved to see like already a couple of players from Team Solo like already like on this hill. In the meantime, oh my god, it's history repeating itself. Nate, Rockstar, and the rest of this team in the exact same aggressive angle, and this time, there's no armor. They've lost a player. Like they have so much loot to gather up. It's such a dangerous position to be on the supply camp when you've already cleared a team. There's 2 different teams that are full 4-man, full HP, that are potentially going to be able to capitalize on this weakened now defensive hold.
Yeah, the thing is, right? Do they know?
Yeah.
Do they know that this is that the teams are coming their way? Is what I'm saying. So it looked like they just wanted to extract camp this. They wanted to hold this. But there's the play I telegraphed. There's the play that makes sense. There's the play to open up Solo Critical. I will never say this name correctly in a lifetime, but they are making the correct play here, and they found the opening. They want to close this out now.
Opening peak, getting 1, getting
Seconds.
2.
3v1 now.
Beautiful.
That's it.
Solid 3v2 push coming in from Team Solo Control. You can see Rockstar still in the campground to the west under this hill. Now, if I'm team... there's no time to speculate. The push is already coming. I don't think anybody got knocked. I hear a couple of limbs being taken down. PKs are not up. Crit suppressing, taking a huge hit to his chest, though. Luckily being able to avoid the knock or the flush, but no, Shammy did get knocked. And now Crit and Giotto have to figure out, is Shammy's life worth fighting for, or should they just, grab an H4, swap out the armor, and run? If I'm them, I think that's what I'm trying to do here. Like, it's just such a hard 2v3 to win, 2v4 even.
Maybe Giotto can just delay for a little bit. If he just gets one knock here, that's absolutely massive. Whoa. And he gets a kill, that's an insta. That's going to slow them down a ton. This is massive. Because that puts so much pressure away from his team, and that should allow not only the res to come through, but his other 2 teammates, they could be looting up right now. They could be juicing themselves up, and they could retreat from the fight.
Hero. Giotto, an absolute hero for Team Solo Control. Rockstar taking defensive angles under the hill, setting up rotations and flanks, but this is giving Shammy the time to reset. And now I'm still wondering, should we be looting? Should we be trying to just reset and back off? However, Rockstar already a step ahead, sending 1 player on the northern side around the supply camp. If they retreat with all that damaged armor, with the dinged up helmets, it is going to be straight into the waiting arms of Rockstar.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, you can't leave. You can't leave. It's impossible.
This is what I thought as well. This always had to happen, right? It's this team, Tentra, they were just sitting out this game. They were sitting out the first 20 minutes, 15 minutes, waiting for the first fight to pop off. The second they hear it, they are going. And now they're a 4-man, full fresh, full armor, everything. They're dropping util to Tentra. So they got something cooking up. Maybe there's not every player's going to get close, but I love it as well. Picking util to the player who's going to get up close and personal is massive. And this cannot go well for Solo Critical here. I think they're in too deep at this point. If they don't figure out that they can somehow go north, which would be an absolute miracle. Okay, that's a miracle. That's shots fired. I don't even know which one that is. That could literally be Rockstar's team around the side.
Nah, they got hit from up that hill. That was Team Solo Control exhibiting incredible awareness. Be concerned with not only the northern, but also the flank they came in from. They know that is not their ground anymore. They fully gave it up.
Is that last one up?
Who that is in the pit.
Giotto,
I believe that is Giotto. I believe went down.
Yeah.
Regardless of how much awareness that you have, only having 1 player up against a full foreman is just such a hard fight to win. I'm Giotto, man. I'm just kind of thinking, like, maybe I should just take a bag of loot and get out of here. This is too much.
Yeah, but where do you go, bro? Where do you get out of here? It's so hard to do. They don't know where the exact positions that Tentra would be holding, and it would make a ton of sense for Tentra to also hold that western side, right? What they don't know is how much fight is really happening with Rockstar and Tentra, because I think we heard this loud and clear. That flank from Rockstar walked into the wrong team. I don't know how that went, but I know there was a lot of bullets exchanged.
Oh.
And now Giotto is hearing this. Giotto knows they're coming up, but he's so exposed. No hard cover. He's basically playing an off angle here. Now the stun grenade gets a tag.
No, the timing.
Oh, this is... I mean, it looks like impossible for him.
Yeah. Giotto shoots one angle. That is the go signal for Team Rockstar. He's like clean up Team Solo Control. And now it is Rockstar and Minkleton. Only last two left alive as a duo. I believe that was Briss who was on the flank before, did get taken down. This could be a big game for Rockstar. There's a 2v3, but their armor is in impeccable condition.
It's a 2v4, I think, right?
Oh, did they get the res?
Still four man strong. Tentra completely up. Never in doubt. And they have just capitalized so well on this game. They've capitalized on the weakness so well. Kills still deny. A lot of value from the other teams, right? We see a solo control team here that only got solo out, which didn't have much player loot either. He just had that red, right?
Yeah.
But just the frags they were able to get on Rockstar as well denies a lot of the loot value that could have been extracted. Question is now, how did that fight work out? Scope is bugged. Damage comes out though. I think no knock, because we don't see a player knocked on that little UI on the right side of our screens.
Entra still with 4. They're playing this slow. They have 6 minutes left. I don't know what conditional extracts they may or may not have. Minkleton, Rockstar, it's hard to tell, but I think that we're kiting kind of a pretty far... Yeah, we're moving around like the different sides of the supply camp. We're kind of giving up supply camp itself, trying to punish Tentra for any potential wraps coming in. Rockstar holding the main entrance, Minkleton holding the side entrance.
Yeah. Well, they still got 6 minutes, right? They still got 6 minutes. That is a little bit of time. That isn't a ton of time. That isn't not a ton of time to move to your extract. Especially for a Team Rockstar that I think they spawned southwest it was? No, they spawned east. Okay, so they have both crossed the map. They should be relatively okay for extracts. But you still got to close out that fight, and then you got to bag up as much as you can, which isn't going to be hard, because you can very quickly strip a lot of these HKs, pick a lot of the mags and bullets, and then get the heck out of there.
That's the play. He's actually dropping, he's considering dropping, it looks like, his own dinged up armor. Sorry, his own full HP armor to pick up dinged up armor. Looks like that might be the last thing that he tries to do. SKS Scav going off from that right side, from towards the Shack extract. I really like this from Rockstar. I love this idea where we're just like, all right, get the bag and leave as soon as possible. I would love to see him just swap out the 6B armor, strip this HK, and then leave, because I don't like the odds in any type of 2v4. Again, though, you got to make sure. Bottom left, he's currently red weight, got some strength sims that he's popping, brings it up to yellow. You got to stay mobile. You do not want to die because you get caught out frogging your bag across the map.
That's where I'm a little concerned for Tentra, but I say this, right? I'm like, they shouldn't let this escape, right? They shouldn't let this two-man escape. They don't have any information on this. They have information that a lot of people died here, but they know this was the only fight on the map. So that could very well still be a 4-man waiting for them. They don't know that this is a duo. They don't know that Rockstar just wants to get the heck out of there. So it makes sense that they're playing it this slow. From our POV, I'm sitting here thinking, okay, like, make it 2-2, flank around, don't let him escape, push straight on, whatever. But they have no clue. They have no clue. That's the situation.
Rockstar,
that's a big mistake from Rockstar.
1-for-1 trade.
1 trade?
Yep. Shojan coming back from that off angle, moving to try to see if he can't find more value from the damaged main flank. Retail making space for Rockstar as the res starts. The res is not quiet, and it is a very, very awkward animation to be locked into. Shojan could take this opportunity to pick a push. Does not get the audio cue. Hears them falling back. And just still keeps holding the angle. Trying to keep his distance.
Crazy.
Take a bit of a push. I'm just wondering where Tui and Hicks are. Oh, answers.
Push around the back.
Questions answered, yep.
Easy. Easy. They got the pincer. They do the damage now. They try to play each other's crossfires here. They're trying to get it from both sides. Rockstar makes a desperate attempt to get out of there, but he's so dinged up. They know exactly where he's running. They hear every step he makes. I think they should be hunting him down here. They should not let him go. They now have a good idea of the situation as well. Surely him running away like this gives up the greater picture.
They don't know.
That being said,
Look at the pip.
didn't catch him.
Wow. That is...
How did he slip out of there?
I don't understand. I think they should have been in audio range, unless we have a lot of SH-65 helmets. That could have just been comms, or just a lot of things going on. But honestly, at the same time, if you are Tentra, you're honestly not that mad about it. You have 3 minutes left. You have probably 12 bodies here. As long as this dude is gone, you just want to bag up the loot and leave. Like, the idea that you're going to spend even a second longer chasing this man is money that is not getting added to your loot total. This is a very, very good decision, in my opinion, from Tentra. The only thing I'm wondering is, will they be able to extract? Like, what options do they have? They're doing like quite a bit of optimizing, trading out their gear for other kinds, other bags, other armor, other guns. Rockstar here with his own extract at the RV. It's always the conditionals, baby. Yellow, wait, I think he's got a bag full of his other players' loot. That's a pretty big win.
Yeah, I mean, from that position, it's a pretty big win, right? From that situation where it could have been a lot more, it could have been a lot less, man. If the third party didn't come in time, I think it was looking really, really good for solo control. But the third party punches them really, really hard. Rockstar gets a 1 mana extract. Solo gets his red out, but that should be, I mean, is that similar value? That could be similar value to what Rockstar is able to get out this game. It won't be similar value to what Tentra is walking away with. 3 men, completely juiced up, all just walking their way to extract here. I think that should be the round for them.
Minute 30? Minute 30.
100%. 100%. They're fine. 100%. This guy's not even frogging. This guy's yellow weight. They're fine.
I don't think they are.
Well, you don't know their extracts.
You gotta go. No, I think I do. They gotta go all the way through this forest. Unless they have the extract at the car in the middle of this road. They have a hell of a run ahead of them. That player on the far left, he's making it. I think the second player here is... I don't know if Hicks is making it. I think that Shojin and Tui are fine.
You do have to consider the extract timer as well, right? You're not wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, you're also a million times more experienced at this than I am, so I'm just gonna assume you're correct. It's also really hard to judge.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
He has to drop the bag. No e-drink. No e-drink
Has
is
to
the
drop the
difference between him getting a bag full of loot out or not. His teammates are fine, but Hicks... Oh my god, it's gonna come down to the wire, Koho.
Oh, that's a big bag. That's a big bag that he's dropping, and he's correctly doing it. He's perfectly in his assumption that he has to drop the bag, but that he will make it if he does. Nicely done at the end there. It makes you wonder, right? How much better could he optimize? There's 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds to get to the extract. That's like another 6 mil there, something like that. That can easily be the difference maker in a tournament like this. But they will have won the round. They will have closed this one out.
Beautiful micro to realize that as well. Like, oh my god, the timer is getting tight. It's like, because at the same time, like, your bag is most of your loot value. Like, that's the last thing that you want to drop. You want to keep that on you, like, as long as you can. Like, dropping it and, like, being wrong about that is giga troll. But it's not as troll as MIAing, which the only reason he didn't was because he dropped that bag, got off of yellow weight, and made it with 2 seconds to spare.
And he basically dropped that bag the exact second he had to.
Yes.
Like, he completely had that down. He didn't drop it a minute too early. He didn't drop it 5 seconds too late. He dropped it 2 seconds too early, which is perfect, right? You need to have a little buffer in there. So perfect understanding of that situation. He was 100% still sweating. He was 100% still sweating there at the end. But he does it fully correct, and they get out with, let's say, 2.5 people. That is by far the biggest round that we should expect from this.
I love Valley, man. It's always like a really, really hectic supply camp fight, and like just trying to just make some really, really good plays from flanks. For me, though, the highlight, I know they basically ended up getting just blasted, but
Me too.
Corbury on the watchtower, oh
Yeah.
my God, take it out two
What a
with
man.
a massive spray. And Mayhem had no idea. There was no return fire. There was no reaction, just like, where are the shots coming from? How is this happening? And that actually kind of highlights, like, just because the suppressor like doesn't show exactly like it doesn't stop, it doesn't help your recoil, and they still hear the shots, but it doesn't tell you exactly where the shots are coming from.
Yeah.
Great play from Corbury.
Sick stuff, and they're gonna be biting themselves a bit because, like you said, they went a little too hard and they got cleaned up from behind.
Ooh.
Mayhem is no longer in the lead. It is now Tentra, 54 after this game. Huge step up on the leaderboard. And Solo Control outdoing Mayhem means that they stay in second here. Again, solid performance, I think, from the top three throughout. Corbury's team, a little sad with what they got away with here. Like you said, the play of the game was him, but it doesn't matter. The overall strategy is really what carries you throughout these tournaments. And I love what we saw in the end there from Tentra. The patience does work out. And I mean, I was like a little confused there for a bit, why they weren't more aggressive, but they really didn't have to. There was already 7 bodies there. It doesn't matter if you kill 1 more or 2 more. That doesn't change the situation. And they get out with what is now in total 47 mil in loot.
Something I want to kind of highlight here from Solo Control, I was a little bit worried about them, like their plan being like a good, consistent plan, a decent plan, but nothing really explosive. That's kind of what we're seeing here. They're getting a lot of kills, they're controlling a lot of space, but they're not able to ever get out with like 3 or 4 with their bags full of loot. And I think they're probably going to continue to do relatively well going into our last 2 games here. But I really wonder if they don't need to like shake up the game plan a little bit and make a big play on one team, get out with that one team's loot. Like being able to control a bunch of space and do a lot of area denial only matters so much when you cannot then capitalize the space that you have to extract with 3 or 4 players. I think it's a great plan for like second place and for securing kills. But I'm not so sure, looking at this leaderboard, that it's going to be the play and the strategy that gets them into first place.
I agree in the sense that this is a winner-takes-all tournament, right?
Yeah.
This is, you get second, you're sad. No, it doesn't matter if you get second or fifth. It's the same. Where I don't agree is they've been the only consistent team so far. They're the only teams that haven't dropped a bad round. And if we see Corbury or Rockstar picking up a big one, and Solo Control with another decent one, then they're completely fine. Then they're right back in the driver's seat. So I think for them, it's more that if they continue to be consistent and nobody else is, they will win the tournament, right? So I wouldn't just throw the playbook out the window. I would probably try and play my own game as much as we can. And there's that big highlight from Corby. That double second player not even knowing where the shots are coming from because the play is so aggressive. I love it.
Wasn't even a suppressor. I was wrong about that. It was literally just like the metaphorical ankles being broken.
Yeah.
Lucifer definitely highlighting a lot of his EVP skill, but still cannot win a 3v1 on his own. Do not blame him at all there.
Wait, how am I being
It's funny,
seen?
Corbury
Right in front of
in
you.
this supply camp, just literally, this place is just a graveyard. Being here for second or even third, it just feels like a death sentence, man.
It's so hard,
How-
so
how that-
rough.
how'd that
Everybody
guy get on
involved
truck
there.
right there?
He was behind the vehicle.
Just so sandwiched. We saw Giada at the end there, right, as well. No chance at all. And they got so many frags that game. They killed so many people here, Solo Control, and it didn't matter in the end. It does not matter in the end. They still just get sandwiched that little bit too much. This one was surprising to me. No trade for Tentra there.
And like, did you
Was
see?
crazy to me.
Did you see how
And
many
look at him in.
rounds?
Okay, quick. I just have to translate that. He said that he saw the other guy and he said, "I'm sure this is the last team." He said, "I think this is the last team." So he had a really good read on the situation there with none of the info that we have from all the free cams and all the observing that we're getting. That's sick.
Dude, what an immense showing from that IGL as well, to just like, know the right time to push, have the read on the game. I think that they probably, if they played a little more aggressively and a little more proactive, they probably could have stopped Rockstar from extracting. But at the same time, like, killing every single player on the map is not exactly the win con for them or for any other
Yeah.
player in the game. It is identifying where the loot is, winning the fight, like just like making sure there's no one nearby, and then extract. You don't need to kill everyone to do that.
Yeah, and the risk you're taking is way bigger than the reward because there's already 17 bodies there, and if you lose one of your 3 players, you're losing 6, 7, 8 million, right? It's way worse if you hunt that guy down and you lose a player for it. Not worth at all. What's worth is going for a short break here because we have 2 more games coming up. We have an Armory and a Northridge for you that's going to decide who wins this tournament. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Game starting in 3 minutes. Oh, nebulizer.
I got 2.
Solo, Giotto.
Yeah. You could go through the list real quick one more time. We have time.
Painkillers.
I got everything, boys.
Buckload of stims.
Just say it all, yeah.
HK, you're actually wearing armor.
Yep.
GS2s with your helmet. Spare mags. Spare ammo. Build backpack in a rush or however you do it. Some e-drinks. 2 stun or 2 tax, 2 lethals. Surgery kit. Got 2 nebs.
Good to go.
Just quick.
Should have sent somebody up that sniper tower.
That would have been huge, bro. That
Yeah,
would
I
have
actually
been
didn't realize you could
huge.
sit on top of that.
Also, we're gonna have like 2 teams at least who just gonna sit outside.
Yeah,
And they're gonna either gonna push in the last minute or they wanna like fish on the doors.
Yeah, I don't doubt that.
Keys. I have all the keys, what we need actually, nothing else. That's it basically. Also here, I'm trusting our gun skills actually. Bro, holy shit, how much that guy ate in front of me. Did you see it? Bro, there's no fucking way he was alive.
Yeah.
Holy fuck, bro.
It's so...
Bro, he ate like a half a mag, bro. I mean, I magically made it out, but... do we have a lobby?
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah, we are waiting on Nate. Not Nate, blah, 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 Bruce. I'm an idiot.
Don't know where Bruce is.
His Wi-Fi went out. He restarted it. It went out. It's coming back on now. Okay. Hope so, bro.
Sure, this is an old server as well, so AK is still nuts.
Way worse if you hunt that guy down and you lose a player for it. Not worth at all. What's worth is going for a short break here because we have 2 more games coming up. We have an Armory and a Northridge for you that's going to decide who wins this tournament. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Please, I hope the top. Like, if it's not us, let it be Rockstar or someone under us, bro.
Yeah, it
Pushing
can't be
inside.
spawn close. Or solo. Surely they used up their red luck though.
On the Valley, bro. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
yeah. And they got the spawn for Villa. Okay, bro. Yeah.
Nebulizer. Solo, Giotto.
Yeah. You could go through the list real quick one more time. We have time.
Painkillers.
I got everything, boys.
Fuck Lotus Dims.
Just say it all.
It's so funny, bro, that like a team doesn't fight, but
HK,
comes
you're
in the
actually wearing
end,
armor.
tippy tappy toe,
GS2.
picks up the gear and leaves.
The helmet.
I love it.
Spare mags.
Gotta love it.
Spare ammo. Put backpack in a rush or however you do it.
Come on, give us 3 reds, bro.
Some e-drinks.
I'm standing here alone. Seems like it.
We're in here, but we're team ID 2.
Hmm?
We're team ID 2.
Nah, I don't know. I just cannot go anywhere. They need to assign me for a team. Hopefully, just give us a good spawner.
We are back from another break. We're back after game number 3. And I must say, I am so happy about that break segment we just had because I used to coach video games, okay? And I just saw Critical go through a list with his team. What are we bringing? What does everybody have? Everybody have painkillers. Everybody have stims, e-drinks, util, everything. Just going down the list, all super simple, all super easy. But it just makes sure you doesn't mess up. And if you mess up one of the games, you're already trolling, right? If you didn't bring cash one of your games, you are trolling. If you didn't bring whatever you wanted to bring, there's people who have messed up bringing the right gun. Solo just said in the Discord, he loaded into the first map without his HK, and then the server crashed and they had to remake.
Oh
and
my
he got
God.
Giga saved, right? So going down the list, it eliminates so much room for error, and it's just free. It doesn't cost you anything. It's just free plus 1%, right?
I also want to highlight too that like we have had players making mistakes. I have seen people that are dehydrated or like missing hunger every single game so far. If the difference between being audible or like making like a grunting pain noise is because you didn't bring an energy drink, like that is like a very, very simple thing to do, but also a very, very simple thing to mistake on. However, Koho, you're going here into match 4. I think that this armory is going to be different than any of the ones that we've seen before because I'm not exactly sure how this game is going to go. Generally, the armories that we've had have been quite passive with people trying to control different POIs on the different edges. However, it seems like the meta that we've been seeing so far is going to be access to extraction points. And there's 3 that come to mind beyond conditional points that come to mind. The first one you can see in the background there, it is going to be the tunnel extract. And then, most importantly, we have the interior armory extracts. And finally, the backpackless extracts that we can see on this east-west road we just saw at the end of that shot there. Those are going to be the ones that everybody always has access to, but then there's also the conditional extracts that people will likely be fighting for as well. I almost wonder if the time of area denial is kind of over. It's more so about, all right, figuring out how do you leave, how do you get to your extracts, and then what type of fights you want to take to sort of let you extract from those points easily.
Yeah. I think the obvious strat that I love is just trying to fight for high ground, right? Trying to fight for radio. If you don't have one of those really obvious armory spawns, if you're spawning next to red door, you are running it down and you're getting in there ASAP. You have to take those. That is how armory works. But you're not, I don't think you're really upset when you don't get that spawn. I think you're fully fine fighting outside, because if you wipe one team, your extracts are so easy. It's so easy compared to trying to get into those hallways against other teams that are trying to breach armory at the same time. You get one wipe outside and you have a successful game. We've seen that time and time again. Teams have made it work. Solo has made it work. Nate has kind of made it work by ruining Solo in the same game. We had Tentra play a massive game there with one wipe on the radio station. It's just so good and so consistent. And you say that word agency, it means so much. And you have so much more agency on a hill than you have in a hallway in armory.
Mm-hmm. Something to note as well regarding the armory itself is the client that we're working with is a little bit janky in some ways. And one of the ways that kind of translates to play is that some of the players don't always get clear indicators when other doors beyond their own are being opened. We saw that the last event where we were wondering, why Lucifer was holding this door on his own and every single door was open. Well, they didn't know. So people are going to have to adjust for that by getting visual confirmation on different doors around the armory, figuring out if those are being unlocked, if they are currently unlocked, which is not going to be necessarily easy to do. In the meantime, looks like Team Solo Control getting the northwest spawn next to the tunnel. It is going to give them a bit of prio here, and unfortunately, Rockstar's team loading in is 3.
That's so rough. That is super rough. One of them has internet problems, so they're missing out on this game. They waited a long time for him. I think he restarted the router. That's why we delayed so much. That's why we too were yapping so much. But he couldn't make it in. That's heartbreak. That's super, super rough. Good spawn for Team Mayhem. They're going to get the tank door. They're going to be first there. And we've already seen 4 teams. Rockstar immediately pulls that switch. Everybody's going to hear the sirens. No one's going to be sure which door this was, because once again, that pop-up isn't there. It's not there for us. It's not there for them.
This is going to be pretty unfortunate too, though, because they think they have decent prio. But if I'm them, I'm also like, I know that I'm not beating a tank door if that alarm is going off, right? And you can't just hope that that door isn't being contested. There's so many spawns that lead you directly to tank door or even mid door. So the last time we saw Rockstar do this, they ended up kind of getting punched short pretty hard, had to end up sending Nate away from this door to make his own type of hero play, and I wouldn't be surprised if we get something similar happening. That being said, Koa, we don't have as many teams contesting the interior. If this fight happens, it's likely going to be a 1v1, but it's a 1v1 where they're down a man.
It's a huge 40-second advantage that you get on the tank door, right? So you pull that immediately, and you try to lock that in. You should be faster. But look at what I'm seeing right now. I'm not 100%, but I think I only see 2 players here. So they might be just running the Nate strat this time, not actually having him inside. I checked on the VOD. They had him inside the entire time. He just ran away at the very end. But I don't know if there's a third inside here. I don't know if he ever came. So I think he might just be sitting outside in a bush trying to third party the top hill team again.
I think that keeping a solo out just at random places in the map in general is just like a massive spoiler, playstyle that we haven't really seen much yet. In the meantime, though, in the inside, we actually have gas grenades going out, blocking off the med tent approach door. They know that they don't have prio. There is no room left to debate here on this. So now what do? Even if you send 2 players around looting all the safes inside of the armory, you can still comfortably hold this door. Even in a 2v4, there's just not enough angles that you can really push through. I mean, frankly, there's just one. It's a hallway with 4 different spots that you can hold that hallway from. So that leaves you to just be doing silly stuff like this, like shooting through wooden doors, praying that someone is on the other side of it. I think this is more so a play of just to be like, all right, like eventually we'll hopefully be able to get some type of cryo on the to get like our extracts, like we're contesting the interior extracts. But I'd be pretty surprised if this works out well for Rockstar, if I'm gonna be honest here.
I'm also a little bit surprised to see Nate killing Scavs. And him getting inside. So they are giving up their Joker card here. They are not trying to get that to work out. By the way, talking about players making mistake, we saw someone drop a painkiller to a teammate there very early on Rockstar's team. So Minkleton, I think, was the guy who didn't bring painkillers. Yeah, it is happening. And that's why you can't laugh at somebody going through a list of obvious items that you need to bring, because it just eliminates that possibility. And it makes so much sense. Now, Team Corbry, D-lane. Playing slow.
Whoa, whoa! What's going on over there?
Yeah, that must be an early red, no?
It's gotta be. Yes. Screw Sluice. I want to see what's going on inside of Armory. Sending one player out. I'm not exactly sure if those are offensive or defensive nades. My understanding is that there are only two teams that are actually there inside of Armory, as someone's doing some nade spam.
Yeah. This is I think that's probably Rockstar's door opening, right? Making things a little bit more intense. Intense? Get it? Yeah, tense side? Yeah. Okay, on that side of Armory.
Fire this
The question is, right? GL's in. We know that. Oh, that's a ton of damage on Minkleton.
They got
past. But they've made it through the choke point. They are now in fighting territory, so that's big. And that's making me wonder, is there a third team in here, or why has this even been possible in the first place?
Split your team up, you crack canal. That's one or two players that are not watching this door. Maybe that can be enough for one of your guys to sneak through with the help of some util, maybe gas, maybe smoke, maybe stuns. Minkleton taking his time to reset. We see that he did not get in completely safely. Nate, though, the hero, going down, but able to get res. So definitely seeing the value of grouping up. I don't think they're going to be super hungry to look for a repeat, though. Mags are empty, limbs are falling off, armor is gone. It just does not feel like a winning fight for Rockstar, man.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. Also, with being a member down from the first place, that's a big-ass fight going off.
Solo.
That's Shami getting knocked. That's the team that I thought was going to be slow and passive.
It is Solo v.
You didn't remember
Corbry.
that. Yeah, I think it's the unexpected, right? It's the unexpected rat and a really tiny sluice that's working out for them here. Banville pays the price, though.
Yeah, it feels unfortunate. It feels like a lot of the time the way that Team Corbry figures out like information on other teams is generally by losing someone. However, I see on the flip side of this, it looks like Team Solo has actually lost too. So Corbry so far in the lead for this exchange. So losing Banville, relatively fine, especially if Corbry can win this fight. Win the 1v versus Team Solo Control and then extra tunnel, that's a win.
Yeah, absolutely. You wipe a team. If they keep 3 up here, that's by far their biggest round, and that's one of the biggest rounds anybody will ever play. So this is actually quite nice now. We basically have a 2v3 here. We have a 3v3 in the armory. And then we have Tetra just chilling, just hanging out, just living for now.
I think a third party from Tetra actually might be hitting the side. I hear shots coming in on the left flank from radar. I think that is going to stop the push from Corbry, which is a bit unfortunate for both teams. Team Solo, they don't be losing too, but Team Solo's best case is for Corbry to push into them, the 2 surviving players to win, and then to extract with that loot at the tunnel extract. With Tentra getting involved in third partying this, that is no longer going to be an option. Now, looks like Tentra, then 2 players around the eastern flank, blocking off the extracts and the retreat routes from Corbry. You gotta set up a team shot here, right? Turning around.
Yeah, that's what he's doing.
Has no idea. Oh, makes eye contact. I don't think more than a couple of rounds hit. That could have been a kill, Kowo.
Oh, Tewi. That should have been a kill. I love that he waits. But the team's not ready to respond in time. Now the game's up, and now you see that they're in trouble here. They're trying to get out of dodge. They're trying to get to the sides of this to make sure they're not in the middle, right? They're trying to remove themselves with the pinch. But everybody knows this now. Everybody will have heard these shots, and Team Solo Control is going to try and capitalize whichever way they can. Davey Tentra, they can't go too hard.
There is a lot on the line for all three of these teams. Tons of bodies. The two armored teams are very, very committed to that fight for now, until Rockstar gets potentially cleaned up. Dewey trying to take more space around the mine. It looks like that Team Corbury, by the looks of a picture on the bottom right, they are going full rat mode. Trying to find little pixel pins, strange little halls to hold, using a lot of detail. I'm surprised that we're committing nades to this. I wonder if they got some kind of hit marker on a stun grenade and now they're just trying to follow up with that. If they didn't, it's a huge amount of resources to utilize on this.
Yeah, he's getting so close here as well. They just want to make sure the shack is clear.
He's
I get that.
behind the shack, not in the shack.
Yeah, he's right behind it, so he might have been tagged up by a stun grenade. I'm just wondering, where's Team Solo Control in this? Because they are very much involved. Now, surely an underhand nade. Oh, he bounces it. That's a dangerous bounce.
What a bank.
But it doesn't connect right now. If they go too hard here, they know that this is a third party, right? If they go too hard on a third party, then suddenly they're the meat in the sandwich, and things aren't pretty that way either. They gotta be careful here. Timmy gets his head taken off. They aren't looking that hot anymore.
We are very exposed to the entire western flank, and I don't see a solution to it, Kobo. I feel like this entire, like if you're gonna push, you do it fast, you do it hard, or you don't do it at all. Like this is a very, very bad spot to be sitting here trying to slowly like hold angles and wait for Orbium to peek into me. That is the last thing they want. We're seeing behind the red truck, behind the porta potties, and a third deep in the mine. We have a triangle formation set up here from Corbury. That's a really, really good crossfire setup.
I love the crossfire. I feel like that left part of the triangle isn't going to be able to pop over the top of that red.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Red
I'm not
train
that fluent in
thing.
English to know what that is, but I don't think he's going to be helped a massive amount, but that's good shots being exchanged. Tewi, his head gets dinged up, but it doesn't matter. Goes for the peak. Knows about the position as well. The audio is there, and, well, I spoke too soon. The crossfire is working out perfectly.
Tewi's such a bad spot. Teammates
Two
coming
down.
in to try to save him. Oh my god, Corbury making a miracle happen. Tentra and Hicks, the last two up. Hicks holding his ground, just choking on the gas, cannot continue to push. Corbury did lose one in the mayhem, but this also opens up Team Solo Control from third-partying this fight.
Yeah, where are they? That's what I'm wondering. How are they not in this? I don't think they would have fallen away from the fight. They've been happy to third-party other fights. They've been happy to change direction. Oh, yeah, they're still right around the corner. This is the thing as well, right? It's so unbelievable for us that they haven't activated, but they just don't have the info. They just hear suppressed shots. That's all they hear, and they never know how serious this fight is. So waiting for a bit more util to come out, and I think they're going to slowly edge their way over here, but they're going to try to delay it for as much as they can. Now there's the angle. That's probably the other Solo Control player. And that's going to be a signal for him. I've picked up one. This team is not looking good. Oh, it's just Solo.
Wait, what happened to Giotto? I have no idea. Solo on his own. I almost wonder if the activation happened too early.
It's Tentra. Tentra caught him around the corner.
Wow.
It's Tentra versus Solo here, 1v1. And then Corbury is getting the best out of this. Imagine if they get to clean this up here.
Solo holding the angle, the backside of Sluice. Tentra looking at that direction, not committing to it quite yet. Now, Tentra did come from the radar POI, so they are reasonably certain that this terrain is not being held. I would be pretty surprised if any of our armory teams have moved here quite yet. I don't think that fight has cleaned up yet, which leaves us in a relatively isolated 1v1v2 situation. The unfortunate thing about this is that regardless of how this fight goes, the gains are just not going to be incredibly high. We're seeing one or two players walk away with all the value here. We're looking at like a 10 mil raid most.
Okay. Wonder what Solo is going with this. Tentra taking his time with the high ground. Oh man. Yeah, it's this one off angle. I was thinking that earlier. I was wondering why they were so chill about the western flank, and it was because Tentra stayed so far back, right? That's why they weren't worried about the flank so much. And that's how they catch a little bit of Team Solo Control there. Lucifer Last one up for GL. Did they lose the fight, or is this
Oh.
how they won the fight?
It's time.
Doesn't
I
look
know
like
where
it's
we are
over.
now. I was gonna say it's time for the next round of ABI GeoGuessr. We're actually ratting the timed extract inside of Armory. Yeah, looks like they were able to get one out. In the meantime, Tentra getting caught out from. It has to be Rockstar actually, over towards the med tent door.
This is one thing that I was theory crafting. I didn't think it was realistic. He, by the way, gets punched by Lucifer. We just missed it by a second there. And the Observer Curse is real. In theory, right? Rockstar's team, 3-man up, could walk out here, clean this up, pick up 1 million bodies, leave. In theory. But they just don't have the information to do that. That being said, it must have been them that shot at... It must have been them that shot at Tentra. There's nobody else left.
Yep, definitely. That's definitely what that was. I think that we're at the point of the game where the ball is in Corbury's court. We still have some awkward 1v1s happening here in Armory. The loading door ramp being held on one side for the timed extract hold, Lucifer holding the other side. That is going to be a stare down of all stare downs. And I think that we're going to actually be seeing Solo. Look at that little peekaboo in the far left side. Wait, that is kind of funny. But I think that Solo is probably doing something similar here, where he knows that the winner of the mine fight is going to have to come to the tunnel extract as well. Everybody just holding their extracts. It is the same song and dance, Kowo. Everybody just trying to hold their ground around the extract, play to their outs. Now that their teams are all basically battered to smithereens.
That's crazy. I have a noob question here.
What's up?
Do we think Corbury can extract on the mine? No, right?
He's gonna have to pull radar lever, and if I'm them, and
that's a lever one.
I've been sitting at gas station all game. That is like really, really unappealing to me. I
Yeah.
have no info. I've actually been getting
That's
peppered
terrible.
by
We never do
Rockstar's
that.
team. Like that.
Yeah.
I'm hearing shots over there actively. Like I can't go there. I don't think that's an option.
No, that isn't. That can't be.
Oh, push. Oh well. Do you think Lucifer
the
can
second?
do the 1v2 again?
Yeah, but I don't even see the second. Remember, Nate was outside. I don't even... This might not even be a 1v2. He got the first one for free. Now he's setting up a 1v1. He's getting all the audio cues here.
Mm-hmm. Very much favored for Lucifer. Also on a right-hand peek. Full armor. Bottom left, as you can see. But both players look pretty active.
Oh, they're both there.
This is a 2v1, though.
Oh, that's big. Oh, they're playing this well. They're dancing around them. Yeah, they bait out the audio. They bait out the information.
Textbook.
Beautifully played. Beautifully traded. He even nails him there. I didn't think he had a chance to get that knock, but beautifully traded. Super well done by Rockstar's team.
Nate and Minkleton putting on
That's
a
textbook.
textbook. Wait.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry. Was that a
They have a
Utopia?
red.
That was no, that was a red. It wasn't a Utopia, but it was a red. What a massive come up from Team Rockstar.
Did they had it in their bag, right? They didn't just loot it from Lucifer. They had it in their bag.
I think that Lucifer found it and then like realized he was in a fight and then just tried to stow it, but he couldn't hide it properly. I almost would have preferred, like, if Lucifer, like, if he was in that situation, he knew the red was there. I think I would have preferred just put it in like a weapon case or something. Put it in an object that nobody would think to search. Because now this is going to be 10 mil for Team Rockstar.
That's crazy. I didn't catch that enough to see where they got it from. They got it from that camping backpack, but that is insane. Because it's not like he was far from the extract either, right? He doesn't know that he can extract. He just kills one and extract, and that's all he does. But surely you hide it until to win the fight. You have to.
To be clear, the red was loose on the floor in the corner of the room, and when he put it in the camping bag after he found it, I think that Lucifer got kind of caught out. But yeah, I think that there's like tons of different boxes in there. He could have done it, but at the same time, like, what if you get caught out from just like making the audio of opening the case, making the audio from closing the case, and what if while you're doing all that stuff, like someone just walks up on you? Meantime, Solo putting some shots in. Armor and a helmet getting smashed in this 1v2, trying to reset on this left-hand peek. A little bit of bait fire coming in, prompting a peek from Solo, looking for some pistol peeks on the 7x, going for a cross, you madman!
I love it though. The left peak was so rough there. He got the knock. That's why. There's a knock there. He's trying to push it. He has no chance. That's a really good angle. No chance on that push.
Wait, what?
Tries his very best. Tentra is still here. Tentra gets the flush from range.
That's so messed up. Doesn't actually go for Corbury. Does not go for Corbury. Tops instead the downed player to death. I don't even know if that was the correct play. This is Tentra saying, okay, I'm securing the kill in the knock that I didn't get, and I think I can beat you in the 1v1. That's what that's saying.
Yeah, there's a lot in that. There's a lot in that decision that you could analyze and overanalyze. But none of his team is extracted. It's not like they're in such a commanding lead that it's just enough to grief other teams, right? And it's not the 1 mil that's gonna majorly make the difference here. Winning this fight and extracting with the loot would. But yeah, there's a lot you can think about in that situation. And I mean, there's also a world where he doesn't think about all these things. He just sees body and he shoots.
And honestly, Koho, I don't see a scope on that H4, and that was like a 80-meter shot, 100-meter shot.
He switched, I think. We saw a scope, and then he switched to a red dot.
Okay. I was going to say, maybe it wasn't even a decision they made at all. Regardless, at 5 minutes left, you got a lot of bodies to bag up. There's so much onus on the aggressor for taking some type of play here. While Corbury, like, I feel like it's pretty reasonable to maybe try to like slurp up a body or two, extract at the tunnel. The guy who was preventing you from doing that is now dead. But, you know, this was a 3-way fight. How much wherewithal do you have to be, you know, counting bodies, counting deaths, to know the status of the guy who just shot you in the back? Do you know it's a solo? Or do you suspect that it could be a 2 or even a 3-man?
You know what I just saw? This is the beauty of having delay, right? They're talking in Lucifer's into chat, and he didn't know there was a red. He just didn't look. He's never seen that spawn. He didn't look into that corner.
Wait,
he was just in that room to kill people. He didn't know.
That wasn't even Lucifer hiding the red. That was just a loose red, which never happens.
Yes.
That never happens.
That's crazy.
Oh my god.
That is so sick. That is like, what the odds of that happening are so tiny. And then for him to die in that 1v2 like that is also like, you have to give so much credit to Nate and Minkleton there. That was so nicely played by them.
Props. Giga props.
Yeah, sick.
We talked before about the types of peaks you'd be taking when based on your armor and helmet level, by the way. Corbury, helmet, great condition. Not even a crack in that moto visor. Armor, put some air quotes around that, because that is maybe going to stop one shot from any incoming fire. However, the armor, even if it is dinged to hell and back, still has loot value attached to it. We can actually see in the bag, we got 2 H4s, probably one of them not his own, as well as some tier 6 armor in the bag as well. I think it is time to go. I'm actually immensely surprised by how passive Tentra is being about this. Tentra does have easy access to his own extract. He could just pull lever in the mid door room and then just come back. But again, I'm almost surprised. Like, you know, you saw the res coming out. You saw like the fight happen. And Tentra has the most information in this game compared to anyone, and he's still playing this much more passively than I'd expect. I feel like that if Corbury just finds a timing, loots, leaves at yellow weight. Like, basically, if he crosses this opening right in front of us that we can see, like, directly to Corbury's right, I think that Corbury is home free.
Yeah. It's just, once again, it's so hard to know what these guys are working with, because we get all the info, right? We get all the knowledge. And when we don't get the knowledge, we get people telling us in chat because they got the knowledge, they watched the stream, or they played the game. Now,
you don't loot this. You don't loot that. Yep. I think his team instantly told him
off. He picked
off.
up a moto, right? I think that's all he did. He literally
so.
picked up the moto and said, "Okay, that's enough for me." But it's just so hard for these players to piece all of this together when it's so easy for us. That's a nice backpack. Hello there.
Oh my god, what a fun. You don't have time to search this. You have two. Yeah, and he realizes that, like, you know, he can't be red weight. He could be getting into combat at any point in time. Util already coming in from Tentra. Okay, I don't want to be overly critical. I really don't like the way that Tentra has been playing this. Like he at this point he does not have information on Corbury. He just wasn't playing aggressively off of the initial pokes to get the flush on Team Corbury, and now he's fitting util to the mine, which Corbury's not even at anymore. I think that Tentra has kind of failed at the intent of gatekeeping this player from leaving this POI, and I don't even know if he's gonna have anything to show for it. Corbury taking some shots now is gonna signal to Tentra where this guy is, but minute 30, I think he's out of time unless Corbury really takes his goddamn time here.
No, I don't think he's hunting here either. He's trying to bag up as much as he can. The motos don't make him too heavy. Good value. Drops his backpack. And he's gonna go chasing here. No, backpackless. Yeah, that makes sense. There's not much time left. I mean, it's a much smaller map. Corbury should make it across here pretty nice and easily.
Corbury's extracting. This is a big win for Corbury.
And Tentra should as well, right? It should
think
be like a minute should be okay.
I don't.
But it's like right on the edge again.
Yeah, I don't ever extract from backpackless on Armory. I go big or go home when I play this map. So this is a new scenario for me to be sure. I actually don't know if Tentra is making this, man.
Okay,
that's a bit of a run.
Okay, huge caster. 20/20 hindsight knowledge. What if Corbury sits in this extract and camps the backpack list?
That's what I thought Solo was gonna do.
What if he gets up in the tower here? Oh man, that would be so sick. It's not real. He doesn't want to risk it. He doesn't have to risk it. But how sick would that be? Shutting it down last second. Here, just going over the top. Just hearing these shots. If he was still in the game, he could peek up.
4, 3, 2, 1.
He's not in. He's already out.
He didn't make it. He was a second too late.
But is it? It's like a half second, if even. It's like the same timer. Oh, it's like 0.2.
Wait, I don't know.
No.
Wait, I don't know.
That was like 0.1 or 0.2. Bro, that was crazy. That was literally like a tenth of a second. That wasn't a half second. That wasn't 0.4 even. That was. Oh no.
What happened? So unfortunately,
what was this round?
He extracted. Oh my god, he extracted. According to our producers, he was able to extract. There might have been some desync with like the in-game timer versus his. What? Okay, you don't plan that. You don't like activate at like 1 minute 49 because you know that it takes 1 minute and 48.3 seconds to cross the map. Like that is not a plan. That dude needs to go out and buy some lottery tickets, Koo.
That is crazy, bro. No, they just got the game figured out. They have like heat maps for every single extract that like show them the exact seconds that you have to have in every quarter, and then you switch it up to
they got GPS in their brain.
Yeah, no, there's no way. That's crazy, bro. Okay. I came into this tournament thinking Armory has to be the worst map. Everybody's fighting around the doors. You get in, you're good. You don't get in, well, you don't get all the safes. You don't get all the reds. Rough times. What was this game? Lucifer getting perfectly traded with just a red, just behind his shoulder, looking at him. The wildest fight around the mines. I've never seen a huge team fight around mines with a team holding down the mines. And then we just get a 0.1 second extract like that. It's just crazy.
Dude. This round highlights why extraction shooters are beautiful. Like just the randomness of having the red sitting around, the incredible team play, and just the micro on display from for example, Minkleton and Nate in the 2v1.
So
just
sick.
The way that third parties can affect fights and how you handle them. We saw in Mines, just having seconds left on the extract and trying to make just some type of accurate call from incomplete information. If this is the game, this is the match that for me just tells me why I'm here, why I'm playing ABI every day. That was an awesome match.
So sick. When that 2v1 came out, somebody in chat said that made my little man hard, and honestly same. That team play like that, like Counter-Strike type team play in an extraction shooter is so sick. Tentra is still in first after this, extracting a good bunch of value there.
Wow.
Mayhem. They do extract one of the reds, right? So they catch up on that department, but they don't get a whole lot going. Rockstar with a big round on the bottom in the armory, and then Corbry and Tentra with small extracts at the top. But all I'm thinking about is this looks really just doable still for everyone.
Dude, it's anyone's game. Like even Corbury with 1 team wipe, maybe 2 team wipes, and a red. You can do that. You can do that. Like every single team going into our final Northridge game has the ability to win this. And that is super exciting because I think that every single semifinal, every single freaking event that we've ever had, there was always some degree of trolling from someone because they were too far down on the leaderboard to actually make an impact. And not even a single team, not even Corbury, is in that position. They can come back. They can make this work as long as you get your 1 team fight, win that team fight, get lucky, find a red, extract as 4. That is the game plan for Corbury. Now, the other 4, though, I'm sweating bullets, man, because I know for Corbury that like there's only like so much that like control I have over winning that type of a fight. But for Rockstar, Solo, Mayhem, Tentra, the margin of error is more slim than it has ever been in any ABI event before.
This is so sick. This is so sick. So team kills pretty even across the board, right? Rockstar lowest on kills, but you have to give them so much credit for this last round as well. I think they should be round winner of this one. Coming in with 3, by the way.
Crazy.
Easy done.
Hey, split it 3 ways instead of 4, right?
Getting extract camped as well. So losing one of their 3 players to Lucifer basically extra camp in there, right? And then turning that one around to a massive win. The Reds have been good, but they have been spread out relatively fairly. We need Corbury to lock one in, right? That would be sick. Because then that makes that last game a whole lot more exciting. Tentra is in first right now, being the only team without a red. So you gotta give them a lot of credit here. You gotta give them a lot of credit. They're 10 mil down on loot value, partly due to that playstyle, but also there's always luck involved, right? They also looted some high value stuff. And they're still 6 mil ahead. So sick stuff coming out of the South American team.
Heroes, man. They're heroes. Like I kind of feel like they were not necessarily underdogs coming into this today. But I wasn't sure like how to really get a read on them, and I don't think that anybody else has really either. Like I feel like they're just running away with this, and you know they're due for a red. If they get Motel, they get a red. I think that they're easily going to be able to take first place away from the ABI showdown.
Le pegué doble head a uno. Otro tiro
Hammering
más.
him.
Están recogidos ahí, 134.
Sí,
O sea, mi punto.
You guys see him crossing.
Yeah, you got shots
That's
straight
crazy.
down.
Oh, if this was an H4.
Fucking him up.
flanking, I'm
He's
flanking.
1 shot. One's down. One's full killed over there.
I'm flanking.
Oh, I just wonder if I was an H4, man. The damage of
One
these
right, back
SVDs,
right.
these
He's in
DMRs
short,
at
he
range,
went
it
right
just
to
feels
sleep,
so
right to sleep.
underwhelming.
They're
4 or 5
super hurt
hits,
over there.
no damage. No knock, rather?
There's the
Me
crossfire.
vuelvo que me tiran de atrás,
To the right of the gate.
One player should be down.
He's gonna pick you on the right. He's gonna pick you on
Yeah,
the right.
there's the HK, right? That's what you said. Converting so much more.
Oh my
Oh!
god. In-tank.
Oh, he knew as well.
In-tank.
And it doesn't matter.
He's the last one. He's the last one.
He's still there.
Oh,
Let's
Nice.
fucking go, boys. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
I want to see the reaction to the red. Did we catch it? Ah,
I
okay.
don't know
I don't
yet.
have nades, bro.
Nice try. Fuck. I didn't know.
It's an impossible push.
Dang.
He's not wrong. I think it's good to push on the knock, but that push,
Yeah.
that angle, that was so free. That was with the like little bit of low ground, little bit of tilt, so you
Yeah,
can lean
yeah. It's like
around the tilt in the
literally like
ground.
like a firing port
It's
that you can
so
rest your gun
insane,
on.
yeah.
Dude. What an
By the way,
emotional-
so I'm watching the raid results here, right? And this has to be a Rockstar win. They're the only team that extracts with 2 bodies. One of them extracting 12 mil on this because they have the red, right? So Nate gets 12 mil. Everybody else extracting with a single player. So, however, Baby Rage. Wait, Baby Rage got out with 1 mil, it says on the raid result. I don't know if the red counted there.
Must not have counted.
There must be something going on there because I'm sure he extracted. I'm sure he extracted a red. But yeah, super close coming into the last game. We'll have a really short break. We have to kind of catch our breath a little bit, untangle our thoughts, and then we're ready with the last map for you guys.
We won this map, I think. I'm pretty sure.
Really?
That there's no way anyone got more than
Actually,
20.
no, you're right. You're right. Yeah, we got a lot that map.
Yeah. Even SS3, by the way.
Yeah, I know. So we split
And
that between us three.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Oh my god, from Lucy's perspective, this looks crazy. I just fly across the screen.
They just say we won that round?
Have been good, but they have been spread out.
Winning the round thing, winning the round thing means you have to be in first place on the leaderboard that round.
Because then that makes that last game a whole lot more exciting.
That's what I said. So that team that's been at the top, they're making back.
Without a red. So you gotta give them a lot of credit. You gotta give them a lot of credit. They're 10 mil down on loot value, partly due to that playstyle, but also there's always luck involved, right? They also looted some high value stuff. And they're still 6 mil ahead. So 6 stuff coming out of the South American team.
Heroes, man. They're heroes. Like I kind of feel like they were not necessarily underdogs coming into this today, but I wasn't sure like how to really get a read on them, and I don't think that anybody else has really either. Like I feel like
his face doesn't change, bro.
They're due for a red. If they get Motel, they get a red. I think that they're easily going to be able to take first place away from the ABI showdown.
Hey, he's shooting me right there, that son of a gun.
Hammering him.
Mike shoot me in the back.
Oh,
It was not allowed in the tournament because the biggest streamers cried about it, I think. And they're not even in the tournament. In place.
Counted there?
Must not have counted.
There must be something going on there because I'm sure he extracted. I'm sure he.
He corrected me.
So Baby Rage's team gets out, or Rockstar's team gets out because, or gets they win that match $500 because they got
perma-banned.
2.
What?
Lucifer just got perma-banned in Arena Disco, in Arena Twitch.
You're lying. What did he say?
Last time we went to a break. Last time we're coming back. This tournament is flying by, man. And I had so many thoughts, and I thought it's gonna be rough casting in the middle of the night. You know, casting an NA tournament from Europe, you're from EU. Not at all, man. This is an absolute blast, and I make you talk about it every day, but I'll try my very best. Okay, Red Drops event is still on. It's still on until the 25th. You can still get your coins. You still have drops and farms. You still just get to log in daily, try and spin that wheel for some massive stuff. But there's also some of these events in the bottom that are starting, right? There's the Reds Discord event, where if you're extracting with Reds, you get chances at kind of a lottery that includes a 50-70. So there's a lot of really good stuff. I thought I was going to buy myself the AEK. Now I'm not so sure anymore because I saw that squad set coming out.
Oh, okay. You're going to have to tell me more about that one later. Keep in mind as well, gang, that there is the new SWAT bundle you can spend coins on. There is still plenty of things to spend the coins on that you can get for free just by logging in and playing the game. It is literally free money. I think I spent like $30 of coins. I got most of them from the event just by playing in the past few weeks. It is lovely if you like free stuff.
I asked production specifically to give us another short look at this leaderboard because it's going to matter a lot coming into this last event. Tentra is basically, well, 7 million ahead, 6.5 if you want to be more exact, right? 6.5 million ahead, something like that, 6.6, whatever. Keep that, you know, math's not going to matter that much, just the rough estimate. 8 mil then to solo control, and then it's another 6 mil down to Rockstar. Okay, so it's 20 mil for Rockstar to catch up, and it would be 14 mil for solo to control to catch up. All of that is incredibly possible. It's super easy. It goes so fast. But there is still an advantage here for Tentra. That is still going to be part of this map. If they lock in a solid one, they're looking good. And they would be looking good for a top 2. But no one cares about a top 2. It's all about first place.
My understanding of about what a team is worth is that if you get the kills on them, it's about 36 mil. So, you know, you kill 4, you keep your 4 up, you loot all of them, you go to extract. That's about 36, maybe 40 mil, depending on, you know, if they have a secondary that you're taking, how much ammo they brought. I actually did notice a ton of variance as the ammo that some people carry. I saw one dude with 4 stacks of 995 and 300 rounders, 540 rounds of ammo. And then I saw someone else who...
What is that? Brother. Brother, it's still on! It's still on there!
What was I talking about?
Oh, man, DL, man. You're slacking.
Gotta get that booster pad, man. Come on, that's what it's there for. Someone sit in the build. Get that man the build.
Oh, that's crazy.
I don't even know what I was talking about, man. I don't care. Tensure arriving at cable car. I actually like this. This is probably one of the most conservative plays that we can see. If the topic of the day is extraction points, Northridge probably has the most unique set of extraction points that are available. So the unique ones are not as big of a deal, but there's a ton of middle of the map extraction points that are public that everyone can get. Dam, lifeboats, cable car, as well as a couple of timed extracts on the access bridge, as well as the parking lot. So I don't actually think that extracting is going to be as big of an issue. It is going to be taking a decent, solid team fight, like a 1v1 team fight that most players are looking to do here.
It's the opposite of farm. It's from feeling impossible to extract because the map's so small, you have to cross through other teams, to a nice little raid for Nate. All right, then.
Oh, it's not Tentra. I thought we were in cable.
Not gonna have... That was confusing. That was a very safe to safe transition. Not gonna have to worry about getting unlucky with the reds here. No dog tags, right? For the parking lot. There might be that odd mission on the edge of the map where you go to the plane crash and you shoot a couple scavs and you extract there. But that's a lot of information you're giving away, so I'm not really sure, again, what that red means.
Yeah, we also have to think about their win con, right? Like, I believe they were in like the middle of the pack. They need more money than a red can give. Do you send one guy out to extract?
They're only a 3-man
and then you leave your 2 players left to get the rest? That sounds kind of insane to me, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's also, what's kind of insane to me as well, is that I asked production to show us the points again, and I basically forgot everything already.
Me
so.
too.
I think Rockstar's team was on the 42. Is that correct? I think.
Production.
Give us a screenshot. I have early onset dementia. I've spent too much time on TikTok. All right, it's unfortunate. I'm cooked. No, but like you said, right, middle of the pack. This year, Corby is the team that has to go huge. They're looking at Tentra's team that are likely gonna chill in cable car for a long time. They spot a scav or a player there. I'm not sure. It's likely a scav, but Tentra's team is in there.
This is so unfortunate that they're moving away because this is literally Corby's win con. Taking a solid 1v1, then extract it. Like that, this is exactly what they need. They literally need to take a 4v4, lose no one, and then move on. And unfortunately, this is the place on the map where they could have done that. It's very unfortunate that they're moving away from this. It doesn't mean that they're gonna die. This isn't like a death sentence for them. But now they have to find some other isolated team, maybe catching them out in the open, somewhere between here and a hotel. I actually, off the top of my head, I actually don't know where either Solo or Team Mayhem are.
Yeah. No, don't know either. Observers will let us know in a moment, I'm sure. That being said, I don't know. I don't know. I think they just have to go huge here. We were a little bit overestimating how much Lucifer could do last time, and I think we're talking a lot more about the theoretical maximum you could take from a 4v4 than about what's really practical. That's Team Solo Control. That is looking like east side of the map to me. Yep.
West side, comm station.
Comm station on top.
Sorry, Kovo.
not gonna run into a lot of PvP here most of the time. I get eastern wrong. East and north. Jesus Christ. Well, maybe 2 a.m. casting is hard. I get east and west wrong a lot of the times because in my head, some of the maps are just the other way around. Like Armory is so central for me that for me that's just north. But the Armory gates are on the south side of the map, so.
I do that all the time.
A lot of the time.
I do that on Northridge. I do that on Armory all the time, getting like
those two maps especially. Oh, that's a fight. Okay, converts at the end.
Station.
That's crazy. Out of all places to find yourself in a fight, it's comm station.
Mayhem getting the opening frags plural onto Team Solo. Playing defensively on this exterior POI, getting them a big jump of loot. And now if you're Team Solo, so you got 2 players that are up. Do you commit these last 2 players to this fight? I think the answer is no, Kolo. I think that what you kind of got to do at this point is maybe even like back up your own teammates if they're accessible, then leave. I think that the play for them is to, this is going to sound really hard. They have to prevent everyone else on the map from getting money at this point. They have to find and identify the next big fight, take part in it, kill everyone they can, or at least prevent them from extracting, and then extract as much loot as they can as 2. That sounds insanely hard.
That sounds super hard, and I don't think they were definitely not able to back up that first guy on the rocks, and I think the way they left seemed like they weren't even looking for the second as well. They were just looking to get away, and that's going to put them in a hard spot now.
Yep.
They were very close in contention. They were just behind, but they've fallen so far behind just because those 2 players are gone. That is so much value, so much potential value gone, and so much value for Mayhem, right?
Yep.
If Tentra doesn't get a good fight this game, doesn't get a crazy extraction, these 2 bodies, they can make a huge difference. They would already cover more than the ground that was between Mayhem and Tentra on the leaderboard before this.
There's a world where you send 1 player out with those 2 players leave from Mayhem, and that secures you the win.
Yeah.
I hope they do it, because we saw Team GL, not Team Mayhem, Team GL being unwilling to do that in the semifinals in their farm game. I hope at this point they load one of their players up, find any extract, be it dam or maybe sitting at the parking lot, any type of just safe extract. Send one of your guys there and then play the rest of the round as 3. That 1 player alone, assuming that Tentra doesn't do well, could confirm the win for you. Very, very fast rotate here coming in from Team Solo, though, as Critical and Shammy finding themselves outside of the camp services POI. No players here, I believe, but quite a few saves and a potential boss spawn. Find some loot here.
Yeah. I think it's just also a reset. Like, generally in games like this, right, with a lot of teams on the map, you never want to be close to a team that knows you're a duo, right? Yeah. That's always bad news. That's a team that can hunt you down, bully you, punish you, trade you out in suboptimal ways just because they know they're 4v2. Everybody else that meets you on the map has to respect you as a foreman. Nobody else on the map has a clue that a fight has gone down, I think. Yeah. So this is for sure the correct play. Getting away from that foreman is for sure correct. It also, they should know that that foreman is going to spend a lot of time scouting that area, clearing that area, being very diligent. And that's going to mean even ratting the bodies shouldn't have a very good success rate.
Yeah, they're playing to their win cons, luckily. Funny observer bug, by the way, lol. Hopefully we can figure that one out. Yeah, they're playing to their win cons, though. Like, at this point, if... The options are, like I mentioned before, kill everyone and don't let anybody get
kill
any
a
money.
crazy amount.
Or get lucky and find a red. And they're trying to get lucky and find a red.
Yeah, but you still need to kill people. A red's just not enough, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you already know that Mayhem was ahead of you, and they probably bagged up, let's say, 10 mil of your 2 teammates. Minimum, right? But 10 mil is a conservative estimate. They are now 18 mil ahead of you. The red's not going to catch them. You got to kill something. You got to loot something. It's not going to come off the ground. It's got to be other players. And a red goes a really, really long way, but alone, I don't think it can do it, no?
No. They would need to pair it with something. They need to get this red, and which looks like they're not going to get clear. They're really trying. They're opening drawers, looking for secret documents, just trying to do anything to find their win cons and stay in this game. But it just looks, it feels so insurmountable. And here's the thing. Even with a secret doc, that's 26 mil. 16 mil of value from the item, 10 from finding the red. I think Mayhem's still outscoring you right now with the secret doc if you don't do anything else.
Exactly.
It's crazy odds. Crazy insurmountable odds right here.
And that is the math that everybody knows, right? So they know this. They know roughly the value that they've just given up. So that's easy math to do. That's not just caster math with all the map knowledge and all the gear knowledge and everything. That is reasonably good math that they will be able to do. That being said, picking up another player on some sort of extract is still entirely possible as well, right? So finding a red here would go a massive way for them to make that gap so much easier to bridge. Now, you said, right? You said Mayhem, they should probably send someone out to an extract. That being said, a lot of these extracts are still very contested right now. Center of the map extracts. You would walk into your death right now. It's not free. It's not easy. And I'm almost intuitively thinking, maybe it's easier to get to the other side of the map than get to those like power positions that everybody wants to take. What's your thought on that?
I absolutely agree. I think at this point you kind of got to assume that both the dam, cable car, and hotel are all taken. Like at least like a combination of 2 of those 3. And you know those are POIs are pretty big and they control a bit of space around them, but they don't control all the space around them. Like you could move through some of the forests, maybe like wooden bridge between cable car and dam. There's one to get across, and you keep going east from there. You could also just hook all the way around the map, all the way south, and go over the hills above hotel. I think that for me personally, I think that just kind of waiting and seeing if if cable car will reveal themselves, if information around the map will just reveal itself to me and then react to that. I think that's actually pretty appealing. At the same time, though, you gotta like figure out like how much resources do you want to put out to finding information to get your solo, loot mule across the map.
Yeah.
Or do you like at what point do you just like play normally? Say as 4. Look for the next team fight. Get 6 players value of loot out. Like 6 players of loot with an extract, you're winning. Period. Like no one, even with like a red, is getting past that.
Yeah, I think it's also a thing that you said as well, right? Where it's like once you see that cable car extract being pulled, maybe that's just the easiest area to rotate around the map, right? That should be the obvious conclusion from it. Because a team that does, you can always say, okay, sure, I'll bait with cable car, but the team that has control of it, they would love to keep control of it forever, kill a team, and then get out on the spot that they are controlling, right? So you wouldn't give that up easily. You wouldn't just throw that control away. And a similar thing is probably said for the dam extract. So you see one of those pop, that becomes the easiest area to maneuver across.
I almost wouldn't have minded the cable car team faking a fight.
Yeah. Because
that is such a high value place to be if you can get out from here. Now, I believe that Tentra has instead decided to go for a rather stealthy approach. I'm not even sure if Corbury knew there was a cable car team. They didn't access the shop, so this is so closed, so there's no like evidence besides scav bodies out the front door that anybody is going to be there. They're now going to be moving out, leaving out towards sewage. Shouldn't be anyone over there, but if Mayhem moves out at the same time, they could find each other somewhere on that northeastern quadrant of the map.
Yeah, I'm really wondering what the game plan is for solo control, right? They have by far the hardest spot in the game now with the 2-man. And they also know that their spot is really hard because they gave up those 2 kills. I guess in theory... No, they know who killed them. Okay, they know who killed them, so...
You able to like keep your train of thought with that guy screaming in the background?
Yeah, I think somebody needs backup, guys. Can you back him up? What's going on there?
Oh my god. You just killed him.
Why did no one back that guy up?
Where's the trade, dude?
Where's the trade, man?
Where's the trade? Where's the trade, Kobo?
It's like me playing with you.
That's what I was leaning towards. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. So,
wow.
Tentra moving. Okay, so this is actually one of the bigger rotation paths that I would use if I was moving in the map. He stabbed him in the head, then shot the body about 7 or 8 times. Nice, nice and stealthy. All right. Those H4 shots are close enough to Dam that the Dam team knows that Tentra's team is here now. This is where Tentra died last time as well. I wonder if they're going to be worried about pushing into Dam, considering it was such a hot spot in their qualifying round into today, or if they're going to be trying to give it a wide berth. Are they still here? Oh my god.
They're still hanging, vibing, chilling. Also, that body, right on the cliff, that is a sus body to loot.
I didn't actually catch it.
I think somebody's still hanging around. There's also a world, right? I didn't perfectly get to see it. There's also a world where Giada's body fell down, no? You think that's possible?
I'm not sure. I don't see where the bodies are. I don't think that bodies can fall down under impassable terrain. Although I guess that cliff isn't unpassable. There is a road about 200 meters down. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess he could have plummeted into the road below. Yeah. Noting here though, Corbury, this is another team that were in their semifinals. The Dam was the focal point of the event. They're getting here early. Tentra arriving at the west side. Oh, frags going in. I think Tentra knows.
Yeah. Looks like they have an idea. Not sure what the frags are.
Are we baiting a fight to try to make someone fight the Dam team?
Maybe it's to try and fall away from it.
Are we instigating?
Maybe. Likely possible, I don't know. In general, I don't see a clear game plan here if I'm Tentra. I'm sure he has one, I'm sure they have one. But I'm not sure what their plan would be. Because they are a little bit ahead, but you can't just skip this round, you know? You can't just go out of this round with no value. It's basically securing that you're not winning the game. So they gotta pull something off.
Oh, wow, okay.
I like this.
Critical and Shammy.
Going aggro.
Approaching the hotel. There is a 3-man here. Now, they've been moving around all over the map, Crit and Shammy have. Beyond, thinking that someone's over here, they don't have any information on this team. But meanwhile, GL, dude, you were right. The body is somewhere down the cliff.
Oh my
I
God.
don't know if they know where it is. I don't want to sit on it, but I want to keep appraised of whether or not Team Mayhem and GL find that body. It would be so funny if they just never find it.
Can we go on a picture-in-picture production? That would be sick. Just have it on the small little screen. GL looking for that body. Maybe on a free cam of the body or something like that. That'd be super sick. Rockstar picked up a red.
Yeah.
Another one? I think that's the red from earlier. I think that's the red from earlier. Yeah. They're still looking. They're still clearing as well. I think they're this is what I meant as well. This is why I don't like the idea of holding the bodies, right? Because the team that just got those 2 kills is always going to be so diligent. They're always going to be clearing everything out.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're smoking Giada's body as well. I think it probably hasn't fallen down the way they're approaching this. They probably saw it on the rocks, and they're going to loot it here, yeah. So he didn't get down the cliffs, didn't make it down. That's a big chunk of loot going straight into the inventory of GL.
Good catch. I'm actually surprised they hadn't secured the body a bit before now, but like you were saying, they were worried about any type of off angle being held. And honestly, dude, like I play a fair amount of Northridge, you know, all these maps really besides TV, to be completely honest. And I've never, ever, ever been on the northwest side of Tom Station. It just hasn't happened. So I'm not familiar with the angles. I don't know how much I have to worry about like the cliffs and the terrain below me. I don't know how big the sight lines are if something is to the west. A lot of them are treading new ground by getting into fights and having to secure bodies and loot in this type of terrain. This time it turned out to be nothing, but that doesn't mean that, you know, Crit and Shammy didn't find some type of new tech. I do find it to be funny though that while they've spent the last 15 minutes trying to secure this body, Team Solo have literally crossed the entire map and are now potentially getting into a second fight in Hotel.
You say that. Almost looking like Rockstar's getting out. They might just miss each other here.
Mm-hmm.
That's wild stuff.
It's so unfortunate.
I mean, because this was also not just an out for Solo, this was a big out for Rockstar as well. Did keep in mind they had 46 mil. 46 mil before the round.
Yeah.
Red 56. Pick up 2 frags. Pick up their gear. You're looking really good.
Mm-hmm.
Looking really good for the win. Now they're leaving. They're gonna take the fight somewhere else.
Dude, this is so unfortunate because one other trait of Northridge is there are so few scavs on this map. There's a few like patrolling scavs near some of like the extract POIs, like parking lot, like dam. But if you are familiar with this map, you can absolutely maneuver around it without making any bit of noise. So Crit and Shammy, they're gonna arrive, be like, oh dang, like this team just showed up, looted, and left. And in reality, they were in the same POI for about 5 minutes, and then nobody knew.
Yeah.
Look at the Reds. That's just the name of the game, huh?
That is the name of the game. I don't know. This is a weird last round. We haven't seen Northridges like this.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what I was talking to the players as well, right? And a lot of them, players are always going to try to keep it as RNG free as possible, right? Keep the randomness out. And I said, like, there's a value in loot being valuable, because if there's no loot value and you're going into the last match with a lead, you can just run across the map and extract. Okay, hold that thought. Hold that thought. They found Dam, and they found it occupied. But Rockstar's living.
Entra, likely going to hear this. Solo might know this as well. Rockstar, though, they know how this goes. They know this damn fight is just not easy. They're going to be backing up. But the thing is that everybody else on the map knows this is happening. The thing with the position of the leaderboards, though, is that this is a game that is going to be won by inches, not by miles, right? I think that's why we've been seeing teams not commit super hard to team fights, instead look for reds. Because if you find a red and then no one fights, then you win, right?
Yeah.
But now at this point, I think that the dinner bell is being rung. Like, one red is not going to be enough for some, like, for the bottom teams, like 3rd and 4th, to actually get to 1st and 2nd. If everyone hears that, then this just kind of has to be where everybody converges. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th will be forced into this fight if it breaks out.
I'm also wondering if, I mean, I guess it's go big or go home, and oh my god, Rockstar, he might be going home. That might be the third party. That could be Team Solo from the top.
Oh, it was.
Traded though. Shammy has an angle, does more damage. Gets a flush, gets a second player. Shammy does huge work there.
Oh my god.
He got 2 for sure.
Incredible. Incredible ambush from Team Solo. Shammy as well, heroically rezzing Crit. And the 3rd from Rockstar's team looks like he is in full retreat. And Rockstar had the red. Rockstar had the red, and now he's dead. Wait, is this Crit's? Is this their win con?
I think so. But I think Nate just picked up I just saw a quick like animation on Nate. I'm not sure if he was on the body and picked it up. But you have to save that. I was literally trying to say, aren't you dropping that red somewhere before the fight?
You didn't know it was a fight.
And you dropping it and then picking it up later, but I think their mindset was kind of go big or go home. If we don't win this fight, we're not going anywhere on the leaderboard either way. There's a big punish here possible, but everything needs to work out for Shammy and Crit, and so far Nate's doing a lot of the damage. No, he's not. He's out.
Goodness. In the meantime, Damn is popping off. Corbury holding strong versus, I believe this is Tentra. Getting hammered,
that's
though.
crazy.
Mayhem hearing the action, having to decide between two fights, one in Dam, one on the outskirts. It looks like so far they're trying to scout the outskirts out, but Tentra losing only one, demolishing Corbury. See, but 2 players up. I think Tentra, last player up from his team, has to both try to make space, potentially res a teammate. But no, the push comes down the stairs. The flushes, both flushes come out. It is just Tentra in a 1v2 versus Corbury.
They were the ones that started this. They were the ones that got the nades out to try and bait a little bit of attention this way. And now they're the ones getting punished. They're giving up all of this. Yeah, 2 frags, sure. Doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. I love the push. I love the flank. They have no idea that this is coming. Put the flashlight on, though. He doesn't try to ambush this at all. They know now. 1v2. Turn square.
Both players have some pretty good peeks here. Shots coming out. Light blinding him a little bit too much. Now Koa, the dam has been opened. No one can extract here. It has already been used. It has been used and is gone. So not only do these fights have to happen fast, but they also have to bag them up and then hoof it to whatever timed extract or conditional extract they have.
This is so sick. This is so sick. I don't know what Mayhem does with this. Mayhem needs to get in this. They need to get in this because I'm thinking there's a world, right? Where Solo's team just picks up the red, bags 2 players and gets the heck out, right? They're not involved in this. They're not stuck in here. They can leave. If Mayhem lets that happen, not knowingly, of course, but if they let that happen, they might just get second. And Solo's team could just win it all.
If Mayhem goes big and then goes home, they'll be fine if they win. But if they try to play this game of inches, if they try to only get a couple of extra bits of value before they leave, such as only taking the 2 kills out, that is going to be so close. However, bottom right door, I think that might be Mayhem getting active. Tentra knows that both avenues are being used here. I saw a 3rd player on the hill on the edge of Tentra's screen. This man has a target on his back, on his front, on his side. He is losing it.
Oh, God. He's tweaking. He's shaking. He's playing for the tournament win right now. If he closes this out, if he loots the bodies here and lives, then he's in a major spot, but it seems almost impossible. I'd love to get confirmation if this is Mayhem down low, but now the nades are coming out. They want to close this out. Team Corbury, they got nothing to lose. They gotta go big. They gotta go massive. They're not waiting around.
Oh no, getting hit from the side. Tentra, no options available. This is the last place that he can sit unless he gets back into that room. Looks like some activity going on from under this room. The 3rd and now the 4th party coming in as Crit and Shammy trying to get a bit of extra space around these bodies. Is Crit going big too? Tentra finding a Mayhem player.
It could be Shammy as well. That doesn't even have to be Mayhem. That could be Crit and Shammy.
Oh, yeah. God, where is Mayhem?
What if Corbury died as well on the dam? So I'm not sure if that's Mayhem on the other side. We kind of need to know where Mayhem is in this, if they're a part of this, because they really should be. There's nowhere else to be on this game right now. 3 minutes left, Seal. Is anybody extracting?
Oh, man. It's going to be all down to the conditional extracts and kill points. Getting swung on the back. I believe that is Mayhem, who flanked around to the eastern entrance to Dam, clearing them out, leaving only Tentra, Solo, and Mayhem left. All teams on the cusp of victory or defeat here.
I wonder if Shammy... I don't know. I think that's Shammy close to below, and I think that's Mayhem coming in from the other side. The only question is... Yeah, I was going to say, is Shammy knocked or not? Gets caught last second. Doesn't matter. I don't think Shammy is... I don't think there's a world where Shammy's getting res. The only world where Solo does anything about this game is if Crit finds the red, right? If they don't find the red, they're cooked.
What is Crit doing right now? Brimsy's gotten out at some point. I believe that was the loot mule that got out with the loot.
Yeah.
So this was only a fight between Lucy, GL, and Baby Rage. Now, Crit, what loot does he have? Does he have the red? Did he find Rockstar's body? Is he extracting? Because, again, I don't think that Mayhem can extract from here, and if they can't extract here, that means that they might not be able to extract at all. Stim's getting popped out. Trying to loot some bodies. God, what is their play?
I didn't see the red, but it might be at the bottom of Crit's inventory.
He's frogging.
I don't know if Crit has it. Does he have a conditional here?
This is access.
Is he camping for another 30 seconds before he goes for the bridge because he knows he has the time?
Yeah.
Maybe just getting some stamina.
Lucifer's heading towards his extract.
There is no way in the world where Crit knows the math. There's no way in the world where he knows if it's enough or not. He just has to make the judgment call here.
This bridge is so exposed though, Koho. Like if Crit could get caught out on this bridge, his armor is completely gone. Smoke's coming out to try to get to the extract. Lucy gunning it, trying to just secure any more value he can for his team. Koho, this is down to the frickin' wire.
Oh my god, he's getting the extract here. If he just hits the
Baby Rage is here! What
he's
a
getting nades
spread!
from the other side! That is mental! I don't think the nades are going to do it. The smoke spam might though. Crit's taking a lot of damage. He's sitting it out. I think he got out in time.
Oh my god!
What? I think he got out like... That is mental. They were hunting him down. They knew as well.
He extracted. How much loot did Mayhem get though?
It doesn't... They're extracting. Surely they have enough.
Yes.
They're extracting themselves. They're surely in first here.
I see multiple H4s, multiple swapped out guns. Even if this last player from Mayhem doesn't make it out, Lucy is making it out though. Yeah, all the guns are swapped out. I think this is a Mayhem victory, Koho.
That is so sick. The team of rejects. The team of the guys who didn't make it. I think they're just clear winners here. They're 4-man extracting. This is the first time, by the way, the first ever time that we see a 4-man extract from a team that took fights. We have seen 2 4-man extracts from teams that didn't have to fight anyone. That was not this time. They cleared up that dam. That's sick. I'm sure that's enough. I didn't know until the very last second, until we saw that they just were pincering that dam. That's crazy.
Was that our only 4-man extract the entire day today?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. And then to walk away from it with the win? Probably. But also, what stellar play from Crit and Shammy, just playing to their win condition as well. Like, if Mayhem had not walked away from that as 4, if Tentra and all of the damn teams in Corbury had just put up a firmer resistance, gotten a kill, gotten a flush, maybe 1 or 2 from Mayhem's team, that could have been a very different game. But instead, Mayhem just really spreading the net as wide as they can. Everyone just did such a good job of playing to their win conditions today, Koho.
That is so sick. That is so sick. I knew that I was like, okay, we had some very clear winners in the semis. We had teams who were very clearly better than the others. I hope that this translates into the finals. It was so sick, honestly. So many games going down to seconds, milliseconds. Crit getting out of there with, I think, the red in his backpack being like the only out possible for them to make it. Picking up that third party as a duo. Sick fights on Armory, outside of the Armory the whole time. Lucifer with the 1v2 and the red in his corner. So much sick stuff going on. And I don't know, I think they win it. I don't want to jinx it. But the team who wasn't a team winning the tournament is also crazy.
Dude, I want to highlight the poetry, like the art. That is the way that Mayhem won this game as well. Because they got up as 4, right? Like they got out as 4. But the way that they approached the dam fight and then the closing of the net around that access bridge is purely based on like solo play, right? Like just everybody knowing what they have to do. Like everybody just like bagging up whatever body they have right in front of them. Splitting up the team. Just doing your job and doing it as best you can. It is literally the foundation of how the team was formed. And it's the reason they won match 4.
Yeah.
It's poetry.
Yeah.
You can
So sick.
I'm hit.
Match 5.
I'm so done. I'm done. I can't believe he's in there.
First kill of the game.
Pain.
Yeah. Immediately getting caught. That is a
He's one
range spray.
I hit one as well.
I think this is where the fight gets third partied as well. This is where they get dinged up and then they get third partied from the top.
I'm going for it.
Mingleton going and getting the reverse knock on Crit despite that ambush is actually crazy, by the way.
Yeah.
Like incredible play from Mingleton. Obviously Shamby able to get the trade, but what an immense showing from Mingleton.
Yeah, sick stuff.
He does get him there.
Tentra, yeah.
This
I was
guy's
not sure if he got the knock or if he just put into 1 HP. Gets that knock, gets the finish, and immediately dies for it. And they know as well. They know as well that they can't do that, right?
You made it. You made it. You made it.
Oh!
He couldn't crouch. He couldn't crouch.
My God!
Oh my God! That the biggest poetry, right? The craziest ending would have been if he qualifies with the extract and he doesn't get the extract there, then deny it because they were so close to denying it. But I think none of it matters. None of these players matter because they 4-man extract there in the end because they clean up that late game. They open that match up with the first 2 and they clean it up with the last couple. And it's just sick. It's a sick TV station from them, and it's a sick Northridge from Team Mayhem, and I think that might just be enough.
Yeah, and we're actually hearing from production. So just to be clear, API broke. We're calculating manually. We'll get to you guys with the scores when we can. However, I think I'm seeing just the nails getting laid into the coffin here, as production has told us that Critical did not find the red from Rockstar.
Yeah.
Did not loot the body. He had no way of knowing. Like, he would have had to
No,
sit
you
there.
can't blame him at all.
Shammy's making his own play. It would have been utterly troll for Crit to be like, all right, hold on, Shammy. I'm just going to loot 3 bodies, search every single inventory item, and then I'll help you. Like, you're not doing that. You're not just, you're not like throwing away your teammate like that. It makes sense for him not to have found it. But that was like that caster side, like, oh my God, this is the win con. This is how they get back into this game. But it's just information they didn't have.
It's such a theoretical win con as well.
Yeah.
What are the odds that somebody has a red and they're carrying it around with them? Like, we saw this exact situation in the qualifiers. We saw GL find the red. He knew he had to get more, goes for the fight, drops the red in the forest, because if he wins the fight, he can just go back. No problem. That is what a lot of teams will do in a lot of situations. You don't... Sure, in theory, we can say, oh, it's their only way of winning, you know, but... There's not even a... There's a lot of worlds where Rockstar doesn't have that red on him, even if they do kill him, even if they loot all the bodies, right? So it's a super slim margin. It's a super theoretical thing that you probably wouldn't be going for 99% of the time, and it makes a ton of sense. You can also see that they went further in, right? Shammy went in because they knew they had to go big. They knew they were behind.
Yeah, and like they didn't. You're right. They didn't have the theoretical red. They had the win con that I was talking about earlier, where it's like, all right, like, we are not going to be able to get a lot of money from this raid, so we have to prevent every single other team from doing so. That is the only way they're getting out of that, if they are able to kill everyone and then extract. And Shammy knew that. He tried to make a play, try to get in, but unfortunately for him, dude, Tentra is freaking cracked. Like, what? Like, he didn't miss a single shot on that spray, and that was an awkward spray they landed on Shammy.
Yeah.
Dude's
that's the thing that you have to take away with here is they're all sick. All of these guys are cracked. Just look at, like, some of these sprays Corbury was landing, the play he was making. I think they're probably exiting the tournament in last place, right? In last place,
yes,
sure.
Yes,
I mean,
yes, they didn't.
Fifth out of 10, if you take into account what other teams they beat, right? But that's not bad at all. It's just that everybody's so sick. Teams have really good strategy. Teams have really, really good players. Everybody's playing to their outs. We saw so much, you said this earlier, so much of playing to the right outs. We saw way more tiny mistakes, like not bringing an energy drink or putting a freaking laser in the middle of your scope. We saw way more of those than we saw actual big mistakes. And we saw so many teams doing so much right. Like, it was so good.
Yeah, it truly was characterized by just like a lack of mistakes. I think that, like, when you're controlling POIs and you're controlling like positions of power around the map, that is what the intent of holding those positions is. Like, you're trying to either third party a fight, or you're trying to capitalize on someone making a mistake. And what we saw more often than not was those POIs, like, yeah, they occasionally gave you central spots that let you have agency and make maneuvers around the map, but there wasn't anybody just like walking in front of their scopes and you're just beating them.
Yeah.
Like, that didn't happen a single time. So when you consider that with, like, all right, so like, okay, so no one's making mistakes in these lobbies, at least on like the macro level. What do we gain by just sitting here in Small Hall? What do we gain by just sitting here in the camp? What do we gain by just sitting here in the radar tower? Now, a lot of the times it did help out. Tentra, one of the he got a couple of points on the armory game. Like, we're still seeing them provide value, but it's not like being there will make you win. You usually have to like leave that position and like make some kind of a play to convert it into real points because these people, like, they're aware of these play styles, of these positions. They're not trying to expose themselves to what they know are
Yeah.
the top spots on the map.
Yeah. Just a clarification for you guys. Everybody's as anxious as we are for the scores. The API broke again, so production is literally doing the math just manually. So it's going to take a bit. They're already deep into it. I think they did a lot of it already, so we're looking good. And yeah, I agree on everything you said there. I think it was so much better than the semis, and I'm super excited for what that means for ABI tournaments in the future, because I think people are learning so fast and people are adapting so fast. And I'm sure everybody wants to see like small changes, like maybe some rule changes. Everybody's seen a lot of HK this tournament. It might be different next one. And there's a lot that can improve. We know the spectator experience can improve a lot, right? We've seen it this weekend. But we're on a really big way, and we are improving so fast. We have the leaderboard ready though. Production just whispered it into my ears. Let's go have a look. Let's see who took the ABI showdown. Let's not wait any longer. Please, just give up the scores. Don't make me yap any longer. Just put them on my screen.
There we go. Here we go.
It should be clean.
Oh,
it should be clear.
God.
And we knew it was clear. I didn't know it was that big, but a 4-man extract in the last game seal is just so dominant.
Like I was saying, man, like just the story ended the same way it began. Every single member of the Mayhem squad spreading out, just playing their own game to their utmost, not losing a single player. And just to be clear, they could have, even if they lost 2 players, even if they extracted with half of the value they left with in that last game. We finally had a team that was able to walk in to the main battleground of the map, kill everything, loot everyone, and then leave. And that is what the leaderboard looks like when you have a team that can do that. The entire rest of the round was a game of inches and ended up being decided by Mayhem's game of miles.
Yeah, super sick and super close for the second and third as well. But these are your winners. These are your winners. The team that wasn't the team brings it home. Brimsy and Baby Rage switched profile pictures in the middle of this broadcast. Not sure what happened there.
Impressive.
Not sure what's going on there, guys. I think there might be a little mix-up, but it is all good and fine. These are the champions of the Abyss, and you cannot say that they didn't deserve it. They won the first one. They won the second one. And then they won the last map. So they're not just taking out 5,000, they're taking home $6,500, and that's absolutely massive.
Absolutely bravo, man. And I was thinking about it. I was like, every single player on this team, we've seen them make all types of hero plays, whether it be from the semifinals or in the case of GL, just like using his gigantic brain. And I almost feel like the star power from like the way that GL conducts his strategies work the same way it did in the mid-season clash to how it did today, where it's like, all right, guys, like you're just gonna have to nut up. Like, you're just gonna have to make a play. You're just gonna have to do like what you came here to do. Like, this is the strategy. Go do it. Go perform. And it worked. It worked again. Like, they're just playing their outs. They're playing their own unique type of gameplay. They always come in with some type of off-the-wall, meta-defying strat. It's always been a joy to see. Like, what a show. Bravo.
It was so surprising to see them not make it through the semis, and now both of them performing super, super well in the finals. I was almost shocked to see Lucifer getting juggernauted on TV station, right? Getting
awesome.
him all the gear dropped. I was like, you said you like that? I said, like, yeah, it's confidence in one player, but it's also complete lack of confidence of the other guy to do that, right? Like, you're dropping your stuff to a teammate, like, you're better than me, just do it, But it works out. Everything works out for them. The TV station was super clean, and they kind of discovered that. We saw that in the break segment after the game, right? Lucifer was like, I don't know who made the library call, but it was sick. And it's like, yes, yeah, it was flipping sick. And that's the meta getting figured out in the middle of these tournaments, because that's what you got to do. There is no textbook. There's no VODs to learn from, Sick stuff. Players who adapted the most. got the right recipe and just pull it through to the end.
Bravo, man. So not ready quite yet, but we're gonna be trying to get an interview in with the captain of Team Mayhem. It would have been pretty easy to figure out if anyone else won, but instead it's gonna be them figuring out who that is. So here's what I'm wondering. Like, obviously, like we got like the GL sticker, like that's gonna look incredible. Here he has like a defined character. I wonder what everyone else's like in-game stickers are gonna look like, man. Like,
I don't know how that works. We don't have a ton of information about how the stickers work. That's why we haven't been talking about them much. So I'm not sure what's gonna go down there, especially on a team that doesn't have a captain. That complicates the whole thing a little bit, right? I'm not sure what they're gonna send for the interview. I don't know. Maybe it's GL, maybe it's Lucifer. I don't know. I just got word that it's Lucifer. It's the ice cold killer from Finland. So that's pretty sick, and we're gonna have to pick his brains a little bit because I have a lot of questions. I have a lot of questions. We're not gonna get a dog in the interview, I think, this time, which is unfortunate. Janice, you will be missed, but I think everybody from the semis onwards, everybody was like, "Damn, bro, this Lucifer is kind of real." So sick to see him here.
I definitely want to hear a lot from him about like the TV and the Northridge games specifically. Like, I definitely want to talk to the man who was getting the loot drop for him. I really want to hear like his breakdown as well of how that last damn push went. I hope he can give us some answers.
Yeah, I think so. We're gonna have him in a few seconds, I think. Production, can you confirm that for us? Can you confirm he's ready?
He'll be here when he's here.
Shouldn't be much longer.
Yeah,
we wait for the champion. All right, we're okay to wait for the champion. We're okay to celebrate with the champions. Whew. I mean, also a statement, right? I think it was really competitive for second and third. It wasn't competitive for first. And then you got to give a lot of credit to Rockstar's team for playing half of the tournament as 3, right? So shouldn't expect them to really be at the top of the leaderboard. But yeah, just not competitive for first at all with that last round.
Dude, it was also
3 round wins.
It was also impressive from Rockstar's team. Like, I think that their best game was the one where they were down a man. So I think that obviously numbers help a lot, but sometimes just like individual play makeability is an idea that I feel like we haven't really seen explored a lot in this. Like, when you're trying to get something done, you're usually like trying to do so with like a freaking jackhammer, like, just cram your team into their team, see what you can get done. Especially, I'm thinking about like, armory pushes, for example. But I feel like a lot of the most interesting pushes has been like from Corbury or from Nate or from Lucifer, or even honestly, in that last game, who was it that knocked down Crit and died to Shammy? Regardless, just
it was teammate of Rockstar.
Yeah.
Minkle something.
Yeah, regardless of who it was, just people making very, very strong individual plays. I would like to see that kind of thing explored more, because the time to kill in this game is so fast. You can actually get so much done if you're just in the right place at the right time.
Yeah. I hear now that we're ready for the interview, this time for real. I think we should head on over and we should congratulate.
Yo. I don't have any audio. Excuse me?
Oh, I can't hear him. Hey, there we go. Oh no. I think we might have to get production.
I have no idea. I can't hear anything. There's no audio.
I think we have to cancel this. We probably have to get his device set up through vMix properly if we can delay this a little bit. Production. We'll come back to him when we can. But again, like, if we're gonna, if we're trying to highlight a little bit of like what Mayhem did in this game, I want to really prioritize TV station as well as Northridge.
I like that you're trying to hold this together. Yeah,
I'm doing my best, man. I know he can't hear me. We should. We want to go back to the 2 box and just talk and get that fixed. But like, again, like the really big. He needs help, production. He needs help. He needs to be told how to set up his devices.
They're trying to fix it. They're
trying to fix it.
They're confident that they're fixing it soon, so they're keeping him in.
Okay.
We're
awesome.
good.
All right, I hear.
But
I
yeah,
hear
so like just
Yeah.
Like beyond those 2 games.
I think a lot of their work was also the farm game where we didn't get to see it as much. I think we always have to go for one of the fights, right? We can't really watch 2 fights at the same time. And we had the solo versus Rockstar fight, and we were prioritizing that, and we didn't see Lucifer just completely clean up around that farmhouse. They won that round as well when solo was extracting with 4 people, right? That is insanity. That is pretty sick. And then it's really just there's so much that you can talk about there, because we saw their TV game pretty well, but we didn't get to see most of their Northridge game. We didn't get to see how they cleaned up in third party. We saw people dying. That's kind of all we saw. A lot of people died. A lot of people died to them. But we didn't get to see it from their POV all until the very end, where they tried to clear critical off the bridge and they were like 3 seconds too late.
What a tragedy it would have been as well if Crit dies there without like being able to properly crouch or prone or anything like that. I'm really, really glad he was able to get out. It was a cool moment while we thought he had the red, but you consider that, well, these guys had time to swap out their guns and armor. They had time to set up the whole net. There's not really a chance that Mayhem is not walking out of this with 36 mil or so, but it was a cool moment to begin with there.
Yeah. And also what you have to think about is he does have to make a lot of judgment calls there, right? How much does he stay? How much does he loot? Does Shami go aggressive or not? All these calls. He makes a lot of them. And he makes the judgment call as well to not try and stay undercover, but to actually smoke the bridge. He dies if he doesn't smoke there. He absolutely freaking dies if he doesn't pop the smoke there. You could have said, "Oh, I'm gonna try and just not do anything and not pull any attention towards me." He makes the right call there again. So many things going right for so many of our players in this tournament.
The distinction for like what type of, honestly, any decision that you make with regards to your loadout, it really highlights like why extraction shooters are interesting, right? Something like we don't get to see a ton of it here because SH65 helmet versus Moto, only 2 real options that you can have. Pair that with.
Oh, we have Lucifer in the call.
Oh,
sick.
Can we hear him?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
All right.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Fair.
Oh no. Yeah. Thank you.
I know a few other Finnish things that I am not allowed to say on broadcast, but that's about it. You guys were sick, and we have so many questions. Congratulations first.
Thank you.
How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Yeah. It's late. I'm still on fire pretty much on those matches. Had to play completely different though. Like there was no question about it. Like getting 10 kills, it doesn't matter. Like it really doesn't. So
that's the main question I have for you guys, right? You are not a team that play the semis together. You had to figure out who makes the decision, who makes the calls, how's the strategy like. Can you explain to the viewers that weren't watching your stream or maybe GL stream or another teammate, how does the structure work? How did you come up with it? Who comes up with the strategy? How is all of that put together on Team Mayhem?
So we were pretty much like in the same boat the whole time, and mostly listening to GL because he has the most experience on these tourneys. And I'd say all the glory goes to GL, to be honest, with stats and stuff. Yeah, he pulled them out of the hat, and we just tried to execute them as well as we could. And yeah, that's.
I actually want to pick your brain about and like figure out like what the most impactful play there was, because for me it's got to be like the Northridge dam push, right?
Yeah.
Can I ask you like what that looked like from Mayhem's perspective? Like what were you aware of? What was your goal? What was the objective? Like just walk us through that, what that looked like.
So we got pushed by Giato and I think Solo's team. Yeah, Brimsy asked us, should I kill this guy? I can see him, like it's easy kill. We were like, yeah, go for it. So you guys pushing the main gate, and yeah, picked up 1 kill from there. Other teammates, I guess they ran away, and we took the kills. We started counting. We have like 10 mil in total right here, 2 kills, 2 bodies to loot, and we split the loot. At the end, we gave Brimsy everything. Said you have time to take the what's it called, cable card, and we heard no audio on that side, only damn fight. Like that's the only thing that we heard. We started pushing there. Said good luck, Brimsy. You're extracting. We went to
See you,
dam,
bud.
and the fight just kept on going. We started hearing shots like silenced HKs on the south side of the map, and we were like, oh shit, let's wait a couple more minutes in the forest. And that was the best call that Shield made on Northridge for sure. And then we got the opening and we pushed in, and rest was history pretty much.
That is so sick as well, because I think those silent shots on the south was literally killing scavs. Like they walked into a scav, and that was Tentra's team, and they walked into a scav, killed him, and Seal was immediately like, damn, hears this. Like people will hear this. Like this is in range.
Yeah.
And that's the complete game changer. Yeah, that's sick. I really had a lot of fun listening to you guys in the break after the TV station game, because you were basically saying, I don't know who made that library call, but it was perfect.
Yeah,
and
it was.
It makes so much sense, right? That position is just great.
It's it's a heavy anchor place for sure. Like we just split. Like Baby Rage was holding downstairs, and I was listening to the director's team, just chilling there, like listening. When they hit that carpet, I'm gonna hard swing them. Like I knew exactly where they were, like jumping on the head glitch and everything. So it was a perfect place to be.
So who made the call to give you like the new set of armor and the new helmet to keep fighting? Like, was that you being like, I got this, let me go, or like was someone gassing you?
It was pretty much because me and Brimsy been playing like 800 hours together, maybe 1K, and I said my gear is completely gone. He was like, yeah, Lucy, take this. Started dropping the gear on the floor, and we just swapped, and I kept on doing my thing and trying to make as much damage as I could, and yeah, worked out at the end. So
that's awesome,
I
man.
love this. I feel like this is also, we just saw like the meta kind of develop, right? Because before this, nobody was saying, "Oh, you gotta play library because it's such a good spot." You know, it's just so different in publics, right? Like everybody's just figuring this out while the tournament's going on. But kind of sort of making ABI esports like on the fly.
Yeah. It's a like a staircase, pretty much. We're just exploring things that work, and it's gonna be better and better every time.
One last question for me. Now you won this tournament, right? It's almost Christmas. Let's say you get one wish for the next tournament. What is the change you want to see? What is the one thing you want to see for the next tournament?
More weapons being played. I think limiting the HK to one per team is really good, because like for teams that are really heavy on the PvP and they know the value of the HK, they can wipe one team, and all of a sudden that team has 2 HKs to keep on trucking. You know, we don't need 25 HKs.
Yes.
Yeah.
We definitely do not need 25 HKs with 100 rounders and 2x7s. Like that is the biggest thing. Biggest thing, except the weird audio, but it is.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They'll work on that for sure.
Yeah.
Seal, any last questions?
You know what? I think that wraps it up pretty well. Like Lucifer, it's been awesome just talking to you and hearing your thoughts.
No worries, man.
Congrats again, by the way. I think that we interviewed you last time. Like you're on stream a few times now. Just congratulations, man.
Thank you so much.
GG's.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Yeah,
hope you get some sleep. Hope you calm down.
Sure.
You know.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye. That's not gonna be an easy sleep, man. The guy is full of adrenaline still. That is so sick. So sick. No, you absolutely can't. They made that work and they made it look easy. And I think there is nothing, more deserving than such a lead. But it's crazy how close so many of these rounds got. We got a 0.1 second extract. We got basically a 1 second extract from Critical there. We got the most random red in the corner after the 2v1. There was so many clutch moments. Like, it was so sick. I just hope we get to keep doing this, because I know I did enjoy this, and I know all the players in this tournament, even if they lost, this is so much more exciting than running the 1000th TV station raid with your HK, right? This is a completely different ball game. If you've never competed in a game, this is very different.
And it was so just cool to watch the games develop too. Every single event has been different. I feel like today we got so close to like just like instilling like so much of like the beauty of what ABI has to offer. And the thing that excites me so much about doing more is that we can do better. Like we can show so much more variety to go on top of like just the skill and the strategy that was on display. It only goes up from here in every single way in production value and with how the client looks, with what the rule set is. Like, it is the next one is going to be even better, and I cannot wait, Kowo.
Yeah, cannot wait as well. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for enjoying. I know that not everything was perfect in this tournament, but we made some big steps, honestly, for ABI. I watched the last one and I watched this one. We're making big steps. The Observer's gonna get better. Maybe Lucifer gets his wish for Christmas for the gun rules. We'll get to see more and more. And what I know is the team's already got so much better just in this tournament. So we got a good future ahead of us. And I think we all had a blast. Thanks everyone for playing. Thanks everyone for taking part. You got any last words to send everybody out for the Night Seal?
Have a good night, everyone. I want to see you at the next ABI event. There's gonna be one. Watch it, support it. I want us to all keep doing this for a very long time. Thank you guys again for watching today as well.
Yeah, sick stuff. See you guys around.